Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's what you got to TV. It's what you got to Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. Projects on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon to get my Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, Total spoon. You want to get a loose of the total spoon. Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not about it. It's not about it.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south, man. Projects on the beat. To get your information, to the food, to be passion. Spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Of course, Spawn is going to tell you what's happening in Liberia. Spawn is going to tell you what's happening in Monrovia. Good evening and a pleasant welcome to another enlightening edition of Spawn Talk. This is the show where the nation's most pressing conversations begin.
You want to know?
This is where every headline carries weight and every decision made at the top ripples through our homes, our communities, and places of worship. Here on this platform, we provide a space where issues are not just reported, but are made to be understood. Go beyond the surface to examine the heart of the matter, whether it's the latest political development, the corridors of politics. Shifting dynamics in our economy, whether it's emerging social media trends that redefine how we live and relate, whether it's complex questions of faith that challenge and inspire. Phone Talk is here every evening at 8 o'clock to ask the tough questions, to provide meaningful context and upward balance and perspectives. Every evening, this show brings together dynamic panel of voices, experts and professionals that are drawn from diverse fields, seasoned politicians, economists, sociologists, theologians, activists, academics, and policy analysts. These are individuals who are not don't just understand the issues, okay? But their voices are rooted in experience, guided by expertise, and unafraid to challenge assumptions. So no matter where you are, this beautiful, beautiful Thursday evening, if you're driving on your way home, if you're sitting in your living room, listening to the show, or watching this evening from Odious Congo Town, we'd like to say welcome. Let's have a wonderful time together. Invite someone to listen alongside you, because as usual, the show promises to be very, 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 very interesting here this evening. So we take a very quick break. We'll come back we have an obituary announcement to be read here before we can open the lines. Keep tuned. My name is Yekezi Zobel, sitting in this evening as your producer.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust you and know. If the children crying for don't trust for. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust for. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, don't trust for. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust.
Okay, the pleasant welcome back. Let's read you this brief obituary announcement before we can declare our lands open for you to call in and speak your minds on some of the trending national happenings in our country. Let's read you this announcement. So it says, we regret to announce the homegoing of Francis Weah to Shikbe, who was born on June 15, 1945, and passed away peacefully on April 22, 2025, at the Catholic Hospital in Monrovia, Liberia. She was 79 years old. Her remains is currently deposited at St. Moses Funeral Home in Monrovia. The removal for wakekeeping will take place on Friday, June 29, 2025, and the funeral service will be held on Saturday, June 28, 2025, at 10 a.m. at the St. Moses Chapel. Interment will follow immediately at the family burial grounds in Brewerville, Monrovia, Liberia. This announcement was brought in by her loving daughter, Winnie Shikpe Masakwe. May her gentle soul rest in eternal peace. Once more, we regret to announce the homegoing of Francis Weah to Shikpe, who was born on June 15, 1945, and passed away peacefully on April 22, 2025, at the Catholic Hospital in Monrovia, Liberia. She was 79 years old. Her remains is currently deposited at St. Moses Funeral Home in Monrovia. The removal for wakekeeping will take place on Friday, June 27, 2025, and the funeral service will be held on Saturday, June 28, 2025, at 10 o'clock a.m. at the St. Moses Chapel. Interment will follow immediately at the family burial grounds in Brewerville, Monrovia, Liberia. This announcement was brought in his hand by her loving daughter, Winnie Shikpe Masakwe. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Okay, so folks, welcome back. This is the Spoon Talk. But now we'd like to declare the lines open. Those of you listening to the show, you can now call us and tell us what's on your minds. This is the Speak Your Minds segment of the show. So call us and tell us what's on your minds. You want to speak to some of the trending national happenings in the country. Today, the president continued his suspension spree. Yeah. The president continued his suspension spree this week with the Director General of LACRA, Christopher Sanklo, and his deputy being affected. Plus, a lot of issues happened today. Former Foreign Affairs Minister was arraigned before Criminal Court C today over allegations of mismanagement. He alongside Mary Brawl and other, former government officials, but they were released on bail. Okay, plus a lot of issues happen on today, and also the court also granted the bond for the former speaker today. So a lot of issues been happening today. You want to call and have your say, or you can call and flag some of the issues unfolding in your communities. Maybe there are some burning issues. There are some issues of national concern in your community that you want the public to talk to know about. Well, you can call and tell us some of those issues. The numbers are 0777 1075, 0777 1075, 0555 101075 are the numbers to put you through. Remember, try to be brief when you call, because our lines are always boozing whenever they are declared open. So a lot of folks want to make their contribution. So you want to be brief when you call. Call and have your say. The stakeholders are now listening. The government officials, community chairmen, chair ladies, and other stakeholders are listening right now. Let's go to the lines and talk to our very first caller. Hello, your name, away you call from?
How are you? One. How are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, me. The only thing I got to say, I got to pray for my friend. The only thing on my mind, my person, let God get a paper long life. That Joseph Waka voice from here, the men are speaking to you. They call him Adam Can and Joseph Waka speaking. And also, the Lord first secretary for the year, Madam Fofana. Madam Fofana, let God guide you. As you president, everybody doing the protection for heaven, a mocha upon you and the president and the entire United Party.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening to family and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear Yekesi Sobri.
Alfonso, let's hear you.
In Liberia. Okay, thank you for the recognition, my brother. What actually on my mind, I want to be grateful and appreciative to the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Newman Bwaka, His Excellency, for his leadership. He has contributed immensely to our society. This is a thing with the lack of the precedent the owner is trying to serve as a legacy that tomorrow when you leave power, order will follow. So I want to be grateful for him to take the bold step to suspend or fire the MCSA box Momo, James Momo for massive corruption, because decision is made from the top and to the bottom, and the land will follow it.
Thank you.
If you are corrupt as
Thank you very much, Alfonso. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Hello.
Hello, I'm hearing you. Please go ahead. Are you getting me? Okay, let's see if we can speak to another person from this line. Hello. Yeah, good evening. Let's hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Are you getting me? Well, I don't know what's going on with the orange line, but let's try this caller. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Okay, I think we need to use the phone directly to the microphone. Hello. Yeah, let's hear you. This is Yekezi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I want to tell my President Bokai, thank you. The many why you give you information you doing it. But now you go untouchable them because they are turned there today now. You know, the law is the law. That one when you go to justice ministry, the woman eyes closed. So justice can put a truth. So this president is a precedent for us in the country for our to open to the justice. But now for me, I'm not yet selling fast because I want to see us himself. The more pulling beyond pass. So now I know how will be selling fast.
Thank you.
So they all one boss, which is judge we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Sowe.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
This is Daniel Kelly. I call you from Oro Video.
Okay, Daniel, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your platform. And let me say thank you to our government president, Joseph Newman Bwaka. Thank you for your hard work doing. And then I want for the rest ruling for the government to change them. Because, Lord, let me tell you something. If we don't do routine and the power government, even the government has support. Anybody that will corrupt in the government, let the president change them. And then the railroad, and then they change them. Look, they put it not for one person, not for no party, it's for everybody. They put it for everybody. Even down to our president, the day go with me well when after his 12 years, when he said when he corrupt, any government that will come in power, they will order him.
Thank
and when
you.
they order him, and then looking at how he's doing, they will do it.
Thank you very much.
We have no railroad.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
I'm Oscar. That is calling from Gompasele Nimba County.
Okay, Oscar, go ahead.
Yeah, you can see what man have to do with.
Oscar.
What have to do, man, is how to do with the justice system in this country.
Okay.
You know, Yagazi, we know that the court is a last decision making in this country. But when you erect a citizen, give them their right, let them be prosecuted. Or give them, at least when there is no one to stand for them, to have bond for them before you take them to court. But you will not erect peaceful citizens, less than an hour, you take them to jail, then later you go and release them. It's making we, the citizens of this country, losing confidence in the justice system.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, this is Ali joining from the city of Rabasport.
Ali, please go ahead.
No.
Ali, you've got to be audible.
Let me say hello to His Presidency, President Joseph Numan Baka, and let me say many thanks for the federal rules like for constructing our country. But let the president be aware that the Madina Rabasport rule is still incomplete. So let it be in your mind that the people of Rabasport are still looking up to him. The Madina are still looking up to him to see how best our rule can be completed as it is for the all of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling and thanks for being brief. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yes, hello. I'm Felicia calling from Clair Weah Street.
Ma'am Felicia, let's hear you.
Yes, last time I called you guys to get complaint from the Indian people up on Clair Street.
Okay. What about that?
They put their day on after every day they open their septic tank and they pollute you up here. So we probably get a more Ali and tell him, you gotta let him listen. Yeah, getting tired now. It's too much. I don't go over that tire. They take you anything. I'm so free here. When it comes to India for brother.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah,
I will call to tell you this thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. I hope folks from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, I hope they are listening. And, you know, yeah, but it's good to take a complaint there to the EPA.
I've gone there. It's nothing. They can't report bad there. I've gone there.
Oh, really?
I'm telling you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That's your side of the story. Let's talk to another person. Hello, let's hear you, your name and where you join us from.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Josh Mova from TSO, Camp Community, Legacy.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's on my mind. I don't want to the youth in the country, you can see. Please, I hold that fool. They should not put any government official in for that trouble. They should not follow beyond a footstep. One put the children kind of work, and they can be work and the children eating that people money, people resources. Because someone you protest, someone arrest you, go in jail are free. Because you put not get it because you don't want to go someone give father 200, 300 so that up to it. So you better you said that you put the country together, Ali will say yes. Because they see where they can move, they go different country, the injured said they send a wet and a children different country, they send the injured said when talk on the imprint and say, oh, I'll call the men who get a small thing. So they are a and by the way they said the imprint said they should not step because if they step there, they want person, they want this step. I try to tell the police director.
Thank you.
They're be in jail and to 2 or 3 months before they release them. Then when they move on there now, they will never do it because this country now is but now we need to send out to take work. So thank you so much. Yes, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm John Skegweti calling from the PhD community. Good evening to your listening audience.
Good evening, let's hear you.
Let me just say to the SSI by the government as they relate to the arrest that all political distraction. Let me just be honest. If President Buck very honest of corruption, let him start if he Sylvester Greensburg, the Minister of State, 500,000. He wrote for he got that money to buy vehicle prior to the election. You know, the probably inaugural program. Can you see those standards? Can you see those vehicles? I said no to it. You know, President Program got to be honest. In a suffering economy, he wrote to 1 million.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, so prior to the inauguration, Sylvester Grisby was not Minister of State. So how they didn't come across such money?
The 500 that you receive on knockout, you got to do a 500 for knockout. Now knockout for NASCAR South. Now for 500,000 rough, which he received.
For what? Okay.
500,000 of vehicle. Let's say me conclude by all this here. See, 1.1 million in a suffering economy. Can the president come as a related to the budget law?
Thank you.
Talk about political vehicles. Let me honest in the country. When the suffering of the people in the nation, they barely do eat. People go to bed hungry. There's enough corruption.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Okay, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Just want to extend my appreciation to the associate judge of the Omega Magisterial Court or the Victoria Donkey for restraining my rights. Thanks so much, and I pray that all other judges
for doing what? For doing what? For restricting your right?
For restraining my rights.
How now? But how you think somebody for restricting your right?
For restoring my rights.
Oh, you said restore. Okay, restore. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. I thought you said restrict. Thank you. All right, let's talk to this other person. Hello. Okay, we lost that person. You're listening to the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5. The show is being simulcast on Fabric 101.1. We are also live on our various social media handles: Spoon TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and also via our YouTube channel. Right now is the Speak Your Minds segment. Call us and tell us what's on your minds with all of the trending national issues in the country. You want to call us to opine on some of those issues. If you have some burning issues in your various communities that you want relevant stakeholders to know about, well, this is the time on the Spoon Talk. Call us on 0777 1075 0555 101075. And for those of you in the diaspora, the WhatsApp line is rolling right down the stream. So call us on that number, and of course, you will be live on the show. Let's go back to the lines and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hey, I guess this is Mark from calling.
Okay, let's hear you.
I don't know, my mind is about a year machine process. How long will a year machine be negotiated for? Or, in no means, that was
if no means what?
In no means, that was generally come back. You got just to come back, or OKS, Diamond should come back. You know, this come back.
I think they have returned. Yep. Yeah, I think they have returned.
I don't want you to assume.
Yeah, I got confirmed information that they've returned.
I'm going to 2 weeks plus now.
Yeah. So I know about the journalists, but well, the official delegation not yet.
Yeah. If you put out interest in that coming back, or coming back, they will come back.
Oh, Jeddah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the people went to provide coverage now. So if the negotiation hasn't ended, you expect the people to come back to just leave everything undone and come back?
If no one be done, the president won't be done. Let people come back.
I just said the president won't be done. The president can't be done by itself. That people have to get it done.
I know it.
Thank you for calling. Good evening, your name. Please lower the volume of the radio or simply walk away from your radio before calling us. I beg you, because we get terrible feedback when you are near the radio. Please, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Okay, we will replace you with another person. Sorry about that, but please follow the simple instruction. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
My name is Amos. I'm joining you from Power and Enjoy it.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm very happy for that.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, please go ahead then.
Hello?
Hello, I'm hearing you. You are live on the show. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I say I'm very, very happy for what happened to me. But one thing I would like to tell the people of the country, if they accuse someone about stealing, but everybody is supposed to come out and register that.
Hello?
You may plan, you still get food to eat.
Okay.
But there are certain things that are supposed to be in place. If people trying to pull it together, John, something for you to play with, something for everybody, they want to take it. Then at the end of the day, everybody calling on radio just say a personal issue, the person is wrong.
Thank you.
So, like, bro, let's try to come to ourselves and fight for the country.
Thank you for calling. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Okay, yeah. So we will take some international calls. I've been seeing some calls coming on the international line, on the WhatsApp line. So, yeah, you can call us on the WhatsApp line. We will take a few calls from the WhatsApp lines now. But in the meantime, between time, let's take this call from the local line since we don't yet have call from the WhatsApp line. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay. Robert, go ahead, please.
Yeah, what on my mind this has to do with
Robert, your line is breaking up.
It's a network. That's not. I think very common is post when we are doing the professional work so that he trying to behave like a police, regime police, because if anybody is kept as a arrestation, that person should go to court for investigation. That person should go to police station for investigation. And they that people to do, they tell them to center person.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out here. Hello? Hello? Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you join us from?
This is Dr. Spee. I join you from Sokine community.
Dr. Spee, please go ahead.
Thank you to Ambassador Boaka. I think voting for the Kisi Ome is never a mistake. I see a lot of people who complain that it's political. But when we heard Kochi and other people around, they said they were not dumper hero. Other people said they were going to steal and beat Liberia. And today we see the president is amazing people in his own circle. Then look at the MCC boss. Nobody thought that Mogba could even be dismissed. See Zago. Nobody thought that Zago could be dismissed. Abraham Kuruma, all of them were dismissed from the same Unity Party and Liberty Party. Nobody thought of it. But today we see our brother. And nobody, in fact, post-president, we are in 2017 and say, don't prosecute people who went against the state. It is the president's full responsibility. We just call it on the president to prosecute those that will be found guilty of the crime. Let them face the full weight of the law. By doing that, I think 2029 will be a signal to those that will want to come back to power. So thank you so much for listening to us tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello? Okay, let's talk to another person here. Hello?
Good evening.
Good evening, let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Corey, and I joined the conversation on this week 13th. Exactly, you enjoy OV.
Yeah, Collie, go ahead.
My attention has been at the Michael Junction to go Maggie. So, that's where criminals trying to hit people for their motorbike. I'm using the platform to call the police attention to pay attention to the Michael Junction, small Michael Junction. Very risky. Give past that or very more about 8 to 9. Not a champion or a service to have and take it for you. So the police need to focus on that place or let them start anywhere man than the payment and something as small as Michael Junction. But it's not easy. The criminal is taking all that place. How many people for a motorbike?
Thank you.
That money you hold it up and down. Someone take it for meaning. The thing you can see.
Okay.
I think the police need to put it. You gotta tell you as small as Michael Junction.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that alert. Thank you very much. And I think folks from the Liberia National Police are listening, and I hope they take heed. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, this is the voice of Joseph M. Lamichi. I'm calling for Soviet people, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you ever so much for the topic on discussion. So you see, this country we all got to be patriotic. What this president doing is that, for me, I cannot take it to be a bad thing. You understand? The only bad one is that, some cabinet minister of a government, sometimes you try to have someone that they love. I mean, Morana should be in jail by now. It should be the same way Jim Master to me and but in the what did that in just to resign? What's what the money that is over? I remember what we all be the outcome. So our people, they say the falling of the drive is a warning to the yellow one. So the cabinet minister like brother for the German, you have to see where I said. So what's the one thing that the government need to do? To do all do that is going to coalition to build the boy. You're the cabinet minister of Bagan. Some of us saying that this our government, that's our government. So if you don't deal with the administration, you let the administration they will go for you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome. This is the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5. Today happens to be the 26th day of the month of June 2025, and the time is 20 minutes up until 9 o'clock. That's the initial time check from right here, Monrovia, Liberia. And of course, we're still taking calls and waiting the CEO and his team of panelists to join us. Who wants to join us? If you're going to kickstart the discussion of some of the trending happenings in the country. But in the meantime, we take more and more calls here from you, our listeners and viewers. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yakasi. How are you, my?
I'm okay. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. I remember last basketball, Peter McCauley, football defender in the joint from District 9, Monsugato County.
Please go ahead.
Yakasi.
You said pro defender?
Pro defender.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
long time. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yakasi, it's good to put the right people in the town, and when the wrong people come there, you can see country cool. President Bwaka doing a campaign as Kennedy Bwaka, the last of the people to the electorate, especially the 17 to 20,000 votes that made to become president today. But something really bad for me, I would say it over last night I said it and I say it again. Because I don't know whether you are taking your microphone the time when you went or other men went with the marketing of crime. The police from really coming all the way to town. You can pass by almost 50 to 60 checkpoints. In whether the men can be chasing young boys, the young girls, the keke, taking a minute market, taking a minute keke, type of money. But you get police in a day. Why in a day? All the people they run to see them. So they are police in the American city.
Thank you.
Yes, you go to almost Mr. President and your lieutenant.
Thank you.
We can say, get president, we to protect the property. They would have brought young people in the day, take the market, take the back, and get to the back, but it's in the letter.
Thank you very much. Let's take this last caller. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Daniel Wadi P, and I call from 540 Congo Town.
Okay, Daniel Wadi, go ahead.
Yeah, what on my mind this evening is for the arrest, the suspension of and the arrest of other officials.
Okay.
Former or present, really, I don't know. But you know, it's good to do these things so that those who are corrupt, when they found guilty, they don't pay for whatsoever they took away. But they shouldn't just be the end that when you are dismissed or suspended from a job, then they just forget about you. No. We love you. We love this old man. Why? He is trying to persecute people. And when you are persecuting, you must persecute the people the right way so that they can find guilty and then they pay for whatever they took away.
Thank you.
It should not be to just make somebody disgrace somebody, start somebody's job, and no more getting the person get there because they say, well, oh my God, move you from power.
Thank
you. No more getting you go by.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so, folks, that's it. Boom, breakout is on.
So, but why you calling the people? The people want to talk. You can see. Arrest, suspension. Where are we? I can see. What's going on? Well, you can see. You are the editor-in-chief. What's going on? What's going on, Mr. Editor-in-chief?
Yeah, it's just
every day. Listen, guys, listen. Yeah. Those of you that joining us, just listen, right? Every day is either suspension or arrest. What's going on, Mary, bro? You can see. You're putting your hand on Mary, bro. My oh my. You can see. I see Mary, bro. The oh my. Mary, bro. My Mary? No. This is not a joking matter anymore. Nobody is above. Nobody is beneath. No one. You can see no one. Listen, guys. You don't get nobody to put your hand on. You put your hand on Mary, bro. On my Mary. You can see. I'm shaking. The woman that can look at me and call me she can say that to me. Excuse the French. Mary, bro. So it means that you can see, right?
Yeah.
You are the editor-in-chief. My fellow Liberian share the show. I want to ask you, somebody needs to tell me, maybe I'm dreaming. To your fellows, come to us. So, Unity Party, and fellow buyers say, you take your tax for no. You put your hand on my Mary. Hey, you swap. Adieu. I'm confused. I am. I'm thinking what's going on here. That Mary, bro. Samuel Malu, leave me alone. Tell your own self. Rudy Kalako, West Red. No, I'm saying, I don't know who is Mary, bro. You're going to tell me, right? I'm saying West. Mary, bro. You know the information the woman got? Maybe you have not spoken to her before. Somebody needs to tell me, after the woman spoke to Claire Martin, after Mary Bro called President Boakai, Man, I will give you some story y'all have never heard before. Oh man, oh Lord, oh. Listen, people say JMB is strong. Yes, indeed. He's not sleeping no more. Yes, indeed. Something about JMB, something has rejuvenated him. Yes, indeed. Peter Toba. Peter, the man right now. Yeah. Yvonne, the woman called me. She said, when she called me, the first thing she can say, I said, okay, man, I would never argue with her. I would never. I don't even know what I mean. She just said, I don't speak crude. So I don't know what I mean. But how can you? This show going to be interesting tonight, right? Okay, this is Fanatic Kofa. They accepted his bond. He's a free man on bond now. I don't know who named Fanatic Kofa, but she's very, very beautiful. May God bless her. Well, I don't know her. But let me go back to my story about my Mary, right? D-Max, former Foreign Affairs Minister, D-Max Kanaya. You catching for rest? Rest? You can see. You can see. Yeah, come on, guys. Come on, bro. Come on. You catch D-Max Kanaya for rest? No. That is not smart. Thank you. I did not laugh. And no. Who's this? You can see. Who is this lady? Who is she?
That's Sawyer.
Masa.
Yeah.
Tema. Comfort. You catch her for rest? Her husband's birthday was just a week ago. Oh, Lord have mercy. As a recovery, I will come with something strong and better, though. First, you catch the people for all small yellow card. Now you catch them for rest. The next thing, we catch them for fufu and soup. That's what you say. The next thing, they will catch these people for fufu and soup. Be careful how you be your dumber. Uncle Sam, be careful how you be your dumber. No. I'm ready. The next thing, giving Joe Taylor picture. You can see, put it up. Put Clair Weah up. Because these are the people they're going after. Joe Taylor, the former vice president, Clair Weah, the former first lady. Yes, they're going after her. They said they're a hope. They're going to arrest her. They got document on her. Mawani Dees, former commerce minister. Listen, I got all the information, but I want to say to you, you catch them for rest. The first people. The first set, Finabono, put Finabono picture up. For yellow machine, you call Finabono. They call it yellow Tesla. Now you're catching people for rest. The next one will be catching people for fufu and soup. Then maybe we'll be serious. But guys, listen. The thing about Miracle, right? Yeah, somebody saying Dumbo too. I believe they will catch people for Dumbo. After fufu and soup, Dumbo and everything else.
The Gary
Yoga is coming up too. I mean, what's it called? Martin got to do something better. No. Martin got to do something better. We want to see you going after Martians. We want to see you going. You can see, let me send you some document. Please put it up for us. And I will share the document in the chat room. When Mary Bro spoke about this rest issue, right? What she said when they reached out to her first. Mary Bro said something that she gave some of the rest to the city mayor, John Sheffer, when they were cleaning the city during the inauguration time. We got a letter that was requested that gave us some rest, December 23rd. This is rest. Hey, but guys, just share the show. Let this thing get interesting. Yeah, somebody, yeah, Patrick Nema, yeah. Grateful Pascal. I want to see something. They were probably going to arrest Samuel Toy again. Now on FIA, they will arrest Samuel Toy for some $30 million issue. I will tell you guys that story. They're going to arrest him more probably if they don't change their mind. Samuel Toy right now, he confused the hell. They will arrest Samuel Toy. You know, with the COVID money and other issue. Mawani Dees, they will arrest her because she distributed some money. And the distribution wasn't done fairly, but we'll discuss So I'm sorry for that. So, you know, when I'm saying this, people say, they just come in and say, I'm not talking all now. Yeah, we're not talking all. We got to have a great counselor here. This guy is better. Counselor Gu is better than Counselor Clinton. Counselor Gu always come on the show, so he's the best. Counselor Clinton is an accident lawyer. You don't reach out to him. Your new lawyer will reach out to Counselor Gu. The man is on time. Counselor Clinton is never on time. So I got the best counselor on the show. We want to do some GoFundMe, raise some money to help with the internet.
Even though you say you plan to suspend me, but now
the reason why I'm going to suspend you because I'm going to hold you in contempt. But you know, the jury said we should let you go for now. But it's good to see you, Counselor. Dr. Richardson is working on a lot of immigration cases. She's making $600 per hour, a lot of money. You know, Donald Trump said must send people back home, right? Illegal. But Dr. Richardson is working in that regard, helping immigration people here and there. She's doing a fantastic job, by the way. But $600 per hour? Can you imagine if you sit down with Dr. Richardson, kind of great, for 1 hour? That's $600. Dr. Richardson will always do her head. Now, I heard our husband, Abraham Richardson, say he's going to retire. He's leaving his job. How can somebody right now? It's the market for immigration. If you're an immigration lawyer, if you're an immigration investigator, you know, counseling and all these things, you make a lot of money right now. The market is booming. So Dr. Richardson making $600 an hour. If you got any immigration issue, you want to reach out to her. Conor Gray is traveling to California, I believe. He is traveling, or he's already in California. He's doing his own business that Fadiga left with him. You know, they were business partner. Fadiga decided to leave $20,000 to go to Liberia and make $2,000, and they arrested him, and they put an ambassador in jail. Ambassador Fadiga was in suit, and they put him.
You're second to laugh at our commercial there.
No, but I get the picture. The man, who ambassador? I thought ambassador immune under the Geneva Accord. Can somebody help me? They shouldn't touch you. But anyway, the man was in Liberia, the same country he represented, he was there, so they arrested him. Fadiga, my brother. The man was in Kosu, right? And they arrested him. Yeah, so you know what? If I say this, Fadiga will put my own picture up.
Put a picture of the two brother picture. You know that picture?
Hey, you in it here too?
Inside.
Which one am I put up?
The two brother pictures. You know, the Fadiga picture.
No. Okay, let me put this on real quick, right? I mean, you want to be bad at me, you will take the bullet. No, the man will take a bullet. Man, don't be bad at me. I'm telling you, man, don't be bad at me. But anyway, Sen is by popular demand, right? This is by popular demand. Kind of great. I think Fadiga is our brother. You know, I got a couple of brothers, right? Fadiga, Mo, Ali. I can never stop. Every day I talk to them. Stephen Johnson. Every day we talk. Like to them, Mo, Ali, and myself lecturing, and he myself going back and forth. But you know, this is Liberia. We got to just relax and talk on issue and laugh. No anger. Yeah, you get Clair Weah picture. You get Finabondo. You get this woman, Mawani Dix, please. If you can put Mawani Dix picture up, and all these people that put Senator picture up, he about to go before they were right Senator. I'm not saying it. Not that I'm saying it because I don't like Senator. I'm saying it because it's the intent. And I've also heard today that they will be going for Nathaniel McGill and Bill Twawe down the line. Okay, but on a very serious note, let's just take a break right now. As you share the show, I want you to see the ambassador Fadiga, that Richardson. Look at it. The man is in Coastal. They say, Piggy, let me tell you right now, they will not answer their phone. You will call tired.
No, but on that basis, they release him. That is an ambassador.
Oh,
that is a diplomat.
Oh,
yes.
They arrested the ambassador in Kosu. Ambassador Fadiga.
He was not supposed to be there in the first place.
Ambassador Fadiga was in his Kosu and they arrested him. Now, my brother, I can talk about him. I can laugh at him. The man will soon come in and start calling me, no problem. That's how we are. So the ambassador, he was arrested. He's in Kosu. I thought they saw the arrest ambassador not in Kosu. I mean, is that part of the dress code? You got to be in Kosu?
No, I want that to tell you.
Well, I'm asking you, Conor Gray, so that you know.
No, the man was dressed in ambassadorial. It's a diplomat, so therefore he has to appear as one. And always.
So
it's always a diplomat.
It's not at me. I always let her wear a t-shirt, right? It's not at me. You now see me kind of coastal, except I'm going on a very serious program. I always let her wear my t-shirt, right? I do. That's me.
Yeah,
but Barcelona let her wear her coastal. And it was hot in Liberia. The man was sweating like a billy goat.
No, until they strip out of that diplomatic status, he's always a diplomat.
So the man is signed in France, right? But he working in Liberia.
No, imagine that they took the man's passport for him. It was ordered that he should be given his passport back.
No, I know. I talked to the man, but what I'm saying is that the man is an ambassador, though. Right?
Yeah.
No, he's not. I made a man an ambassador. What made him ambassador?
No, it's a representative.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like my brother Prophet Q always say, Ellen L. Johnson, my sister, this sister turned 53 years old, and she stopped watching our show, so she turned 53 years old. Ellen L. Johnson.
Birthday, right?
Huh?
I thought I saw on the internet today Sienna Yo's birthday, or she's celebrating it.
What do you call Sienna Yo?
The Chief Justice.
Oh yeah, how you call it? What's his name? Edwin Snow is there. They're having a celebration. Edwin Snow is there.
Yeah, but is that today?
Not today. They're having a celebration now. Edwin Snow is there.
Oh, we should celebrate her. I think under her tenure, she was able to rule that.
You want to say something to us, or you want to add you asking question?
Well, I'm asking you a question. I wasn't sure.
So where are you? You want to gossip on the sly way, or you want to really talk? Which one you want to?
I'm asking you a question. I wasn't sure.
You want to come and gossip on the sly way? So which one you want to do?
But I think you don't want gossip because you don't want to us more than we needed to know. I'm talking about.
I said Edwin Snow, Natama my girl, Musa Benete, they are all at the celebration right now.
That is the gossip you're talking about. I'm talking about respecting her, honoring her for standing her ground.
You did that yesterday.
Oh, you did that yesterday? You see how now?
Yeah. Oh no, we honor yesterday. Oh, not my Sienna, you're my Oma. Seriously.
Sorry.
Yeah, Sienna, you're my Oma.
No, not on the show. Not this.
Sienna, your daughter and my sister. My Oma. Yeah, I wish her happy birthday. I'll put her picture up, by the way. Let's see her happy birthday song to her. You can see. My Oma. You know, she celebrated her birthday, 70 years old. Imagine Edwin Snow. How old is Edwin Snow again? It don't make me talk. They must celebrate your birthday, Edwin Snow there. They must celebrate your birthday, Edwin Snow there. But why Edwin Snow didn't carry the woman to the ministerial building? He carried woman his man there. The man celebrated 90 years old, but Edwin Snow decided not to. I don't know what's going on with Edwin Snow, but did he give her flower? Did he wish her well? What was the birthday gift he gave her for all those years?
Why are you asking?
No, but this is not fair. What was the birthday gift given to her all those years? And it's not going to explain.
It's not that your man more than any one of us, man. I know you reach out to you gave all the nana, but you don't put the man on blast.
You want Cassius Flyway.
What's this of Lawalazu? My man is in the house. Oh, so Ellen L. Johnson says she's 52. She's not 53. Roger that, Sister Ellen. You are 52 years old. Vamandi Donso, how are you, Vamandi? It's good to see you. Wellington Dwell is here. Musa Benete will be joining us tonight to speak on trending national issue. We want to say T. Ishmael. T. Ishmael is here. Akaris Gray is coming early. Wow, there must be fire somewhere. Akaris Gray is joining the show this early. Something happening. Let's bring in Jared Dubley. Jared Dubley, all the way from where? Cousin Wabo. It been a while, Cousin Wabo. How you doing? Rachel Brenda Richardson, that Richardson's sister-in-law. I don't know how you're managing with your own sister-in-law. She got trouble. You shouldn't have approved that wedding. But I am basically Vera Wallace. It's good to see Vera Wallace. Owusu Fufana. Owusu from all the way Ghana. It's good to see you. Vivian Eastman. Vivian Eastman is back in the house. It's good to see you, Sister Vivian. Colonius Hunter is here. Greeting to you. Barbara Barbie White. No, Barbara Barbie Charles is here. That's White. It's good to see you, Barbara. My Jenny's son is in the house. Jerry Greaves, thank you for joining us. Joshua Turner. Again, guys, go on Facebook and share the show. On YouTube, you can share it as well. Alexander Samin is here. Thomas Paka. Paka is in the house. Shadrach Sherman. As always, Charlie Appeton is here. Alvin Koa, Peter Tuba is here. Roland Jackson, where are you joining us from, Borough? Abby Brahman, Iyo White is in the house. Moses Flomo is here. Jimmy Gray, Ben Traore, as always, my sister Pierre Combo is here. Stephen Yako, Thomas Packer. The name is Dakota Thomas. Daniel Brown is here. Let's bring in just SK Asa is in the house. G Prince Jacob, Samuel Kofi Woods Jr. is here. He's saying CDC 2029. I don't know how there will be CDC 2029 when Joe Weah not speaking. They arrested Joe Weah, speaker. Joe Weah didn't say anything. They arrested and they took all Joe Weah CDC lawmaker. He didn't say anything. They went after Kalasco. Joe Weah didn't say anything. They went after everybody. Now they are knocking on Joe Weah door. Huh? Yeah, but as a door right there, the special envoy to Joe Weah, the men are sent by Joe Weah every day. D-Max. Joe Weah saying, when will Joe Weah talk? When? Who in CDC can talk right now? Welcome to it. When will Joe Weah talk?
I said do.
Well, I said do them trying, but they can't make it. I mean, you have a government called Unity Party government. They get the knee on your jugular vein. There is no oxygenated blood going into your brain. You know that blood with oxygen is black, it's thick, it's dark. It's not going to your brain. Joe Weah not happy. They are going to go after Samuel 12 this week. They will arrest Samuel 12 for some $30 million. I will tell you the story. They are going after the former Commerce Minister, Mawani Diggs. Money that's also go to the poor women. They say Mawani Diggs is the money. This allegation, they are very, this is time of arrest now. Or maybe they will bring the $11 million subsidies for rice that Mawani Diggs couldn't account for. They are going after her. They are going after the former First Lady. Justice got to be done. Oh, my question is, will you pour on her husband immunity? Is she immune? No. People are saying no. But why are they going after her? The city of hope. How did she get her money? Was it a government money or was it a private money? They are going after her. They are going after Finabono. This is a takedown. This is no joke. They are going after former vice president, former first lady, former senator, Dr. Councilor, Madam Joe Howard Taylor. They are going after her. Oh yes, they are going after her. We're going to discuss this issue. We want you to share the show and be part of the show. This too is Liberia. What's your position? You got to let us know. Is this government proceeding in the right direction? Asset recovery is there. Asset recovery in money. Kramati, that joker. Kramati is up there. But something is amazing. Something happening. And I want to start with my brother, Councilor Go on this one. You arrested them and took them straight to jail. There is something I'm sensing in the absence of Sylvester Grisby. We can name a lot of arrests and a lot of suspension. So Sylvester Grisby were preventing these things from happening. No, that Richardson. Sylvester Grisby got sick 3 weeks ago. His sugar went high up. He's in Texas. A lot of suspension, a lot of arrest, and more to come. It was Sylvester Grisby that was preventing these things from happening. Now you get Samuel Stikwa. Say, go for it. You got Kofi Woods. Say, go for it. You get the president saying the law got to be the law. So welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's get into it. We'll put all the video and all the information we got. I shared some document in the chat room concerning this rest issue, the Juahawa E-Rest, the Mirabro cell rest, the DMAX cell rest. And then what will come next? Why are they after 712 again? 712 FIA case is July 1st this year. But why are you going after 712 again? Something there. Something there. You go after the former First Lady for the city of Hope? Oh my God. Dr. Richardson, welcome. Councilor Good, welcome. You can see it's good to see you. And we'll work in connection with you, my brother. Thank you for producing for us tonight. Let's keep it going. Colonel L. Reverend, great welcome. And our brother representative, Akaris Mosi, great. Let's get into it. Let's hear you. Dr. Richardson, you go first.
It's going to be here today. Another spirited day in Liberia. A lot of things are happening in Liberia. So we'll be able to offer our thoughts and opinion on these things. I'm perplexed to some degree, especially when we are saying, when the president said that LACRA, which is the agriculture agency, is performing very well. You know, he praised them, and then a couple of days later, he suspended the director and assistant director, one Mr. Christopher Sankolo, and his assistant director. So I'm a little bit wondering what happened there. What measures did the president use to say they are performing well, and then a couple of days later he came in, suspended them? So it's interesting. I also want to say that if the court is arresting Mirabura, Madam Thelma Sawyer, D. Kamaya, and maybe Councillor Gu can speak onto this, that it's telling us that they seem to have some probable cause. That means that there's a high percentage of evidence that they have to be able to bring these people to arrest them. So that's what the court, when usually they got a strong percentage, evidence that they can arrest someone. So I'm looking forward to hearing how that situation will pan out and talking about it as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's reach over to our brother Councilor Gu. Let's hear you, my brother.
Well, still thank you, and good evening to fellow panelists. I think you lay everything out, so we be willing to discuss them as you calendared each of the items, the point of discussion tonight. I think it's very interesting, especially to the ones deal with the arrest of some former government officials today. I think it's a big, very big news in the country. So we'll discuss it. And yesterday, I got some information on the lawmaker that was present yesterday. Some information is that he owns, I think, two boats, and they're running the Sando areas and the Buchanan. And so he has a personal interest in the law that has been passed to have an independent regulator for the shipping industry or the ports. So we can look at that also. So, but I hope that we have a very good discussion tonight with all the other topics that will be brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Colonel?
Stanton, thank you so much, Dr. Richardson. Hi, my dear lady. Thing is, I was in the Bay Area this weekend, and I met lots of good friends, including EO White is an avid listener, and a couple of other guys. Our buddy was giving his daughter out to marriage, Victor Blama, And I had lots of reviews regarding the show. But Stanton, I'll share some of those with you personally. But it's not accidental for a chief justice to be going out, and so many other judicial matters are coming up. It simply says that one person probably was the obstructionist. So probably now that she's about to step out of the ring, so many stuff are being brought forward. But this is a sign of good hope that this long-held culture of impunity, whether or not President Baka is able to solve it single-handedly, but at least this is a good sign in the right direction. We have to disrupt this culture of impunity, most so corruption. And I'd like to have been wishing for that for a long time to see some people serving time. But thanks for cataloging some of those issues. And maybe there's a sheriff in town. We overlooked that sheriff for a while. Now that the sheriff has the opportunity, maybe he's stepping up. But I look forward to a spirited debate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Let me bring in Toma. Toma, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, CEO, and good afternoon to all of you, and good evening to our brothers and sisters in Radio Land, those who are following online. It's always a pleasure to be here, to be a part of this conversation. I like to, mark this show as a show that discusses trending socio-economic issues across Liberia. And socio-economic issues include justice and development and everything else, education, healthcare. I think a lot is happening in our country. Sometimes I feel that there's a lot happening that we should be discussing. But look, it is good for us as a nation. It is good that we are on the front pages of many West African and African nations front pages. We are making progress. We are moving the needle. No matter who agrees or who doesn't agree, what I've always said is that we should allow the justice process to progress, because that's the only way. If people are accused, today we saw, former government officials, including Mr. Kimaya, and let me just say here, who is a kissy man, and the president is a kissy man. And people will say, oh, why is he charging his own countrymen? I think we should allow that. We should allow the process to play out. And I see Councillor Gu, smiling. No, it's very important, because we are in a society where there have been instances where, people go behind the scenes, they play the trouble card, they play the ethnic card, they play the political card to get out of jail. It is time that we end that. We end the culture where impunity is no longer an issue that people can skirt, but rather an issue. If you are accused, you should go to court and clear your name. And it is my hope that the government has the cards in their favor with the people they are charging, because these are high-profile cases. These are people who are connected. These are people who have served. It is my hope that the government have the cards, they have the evidence to make sure that they can prosecute and bring to bear these cases. And I look forward to the conversation tonight. Stanton.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. Akaris, let's hear you.
Yeah, going into all, but I think the Kimia case is now a perfect example to set an ethnic example. Mind you, Kimia was hired by ECOWAS, not opposition for Liberia. But when President Boyka came to power, he demanded that he should take the job from Kimia because he had a different political affiliation. That being vindictive because Kimia didn't support him. It followed up to his vindictive nature against Kenya for the second time. So we can't argue ethnic kisi. We should discourage ethnic argument on this kind of a profound platform. The next thing here is that, look, Dr. Sawyer dismissed President Boyka. So he went after his wife today. He's a vindictive old man. We on the show to expose these things. For somebody to talk about the culture of impunity is unfortunate. Because the Supreme Court just ruled, President Boyka said, to hell, sorry for my French, with the Supreme Court ruling. I will go with the rule. I will go against the rule of law and support a rebel lawmaker to be speaker and talking fluent out of this country. You want to talk about rule of law? Is rule of law being selective? Is this a new beginning in Liberia? No. We just have reverted to the days of jungle justice, a chaotic disrespect for the rule of law. You don't have to hold guns to shoot around the area to know that you don't respect the rule of law. Your actions and your inaction violation of Supreme Court ruling and not implementing an executive has a function to do so. So don't stop this thing passing around when somebody go for 10 back already, say that assets recovery. The other person go, you catch your other person for 5 back already, say that assets recovery. You serious about assets recovery? Go back to 1847. Let's see how Fubi ancestor got a farm in Bomi County, millions of dollars. Okay, that's assets recovery. We need to recover assets. How long did they work for? These are the issues. We're going straight shot today on this thing. We're not holding back. We know they will come, but we'll shoot guns today politically, not militarily. But the guns are ready tonight for this show. I can tell you that assets recovery. You don't have time to talk about assets recovery after working COVID for 44 years. How you acquire your wealth? Then you're talking about Akaras Grid and other people. We're ready tonight. The farm business will come up. The stolen government money since 1847, constructions of properties in this country and all of those things will come up. You can be selective and witch hunting people talking about asset recovery. It's not suspension versus arrest. You're just suspending people and arresting other people. Not a debate. We'll change the narrative tonight. Thank you very much, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Fubi Henrys. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. You know, this is the arrest agenda, so people must be arrested. So green like it diversity, and to hear somebody that wrongfully came up with a bill of impeachment for associate justice and succeeded in manipulating it politically, talking about people violating rule of law, it just sounds laughable. You know, so but the issue about the whole process, we did a post today on Facebook, and I said I don't think Liberians, as you know, as Liberians are not serious about justice. They are more like they love impunity because everybody supports their own criminal. Once you say this, as long as this person is from Masara, there should be no justice against that person. Don't arrest the person, don't accuse the person, don't charge the person. Because me and that person from the same party, from the same ethnic group, we're from the same social club. How you run a serious country like that? That as soon they charge somebody for corruption, you don't want the person to go to court. Everybody run their own, man. The government wish something. If the government wish something, nothing wrong with that. Go to the court, let the court exonerate you. And I will not say Mary Bro is corrupt from experience with her. That's somebody that I think is upbeat and fair from some of the things that she did to the different places she worked, foreign affairs, the port, the way she managed things, a city corporation. But if God, she worked with a corrupt regime, and probably it's possible to work with people, and you are not cognizant of what happening under your feet, and they're doing your stuff, but you are the boss, so the weight also falls on you. And so they will not pick the goat from among the sheep. They will, once all of you act together, they will bunch you up. So you go to court, you can clear yourself. And so this is only fair that the government, you can say rights. Rights are asset. If people misapply it, nothing wrong with government going after them. It will not free rights that came from the individual stuff. So let's just go through and do the actual stuff. The coach will be clear them. There are a lot of things. If the government serious about actual recovery, some of the things you go after is to also look at people lifestyle. You in government for 12 years. How you acquire the wealth you acquire? Your salary, if you pour your salary together, can it build the house you have?
Yeah, but man, that's just what's on your mind. Yes. It will say what's on your mind is just give her the headline, that caption. Don't get into it. But it's good to see you, Fubi. And I know Ouagadougou is doing well for you. As always, it's good for you. You want to ask something real quick before we get into it, Consider?
Yeah, and I think today I saw a listing from the LACC in respect of the cases investigated. I think some of those cases they said they are closed because of statute of limit. I think we need to look at it from case by case. I see some 2020 cases there, and I don't think the 5 year has expired. And I also I did not see when the offenses were committed, the time, because the law is that on non-capital offense is for 5 years as the point of when the crime was committed. So we need to see it so the Liberian people can know who to hold responsible for those cases not going forward. So nobody going to school political gray here and think that ain't no to show the order they're working when they were the very people that end the cause cases to the statute of limitation. Anyone saying has a lie if it actually lie because it's on 2020 cases. And if you talk about statute of limitation, it's 5 years, and some of those cases 5 years had not reached. 5 years
Thank
has
you.
not reached. Yeah, so we need to look at it as well.
Thank you very much. We hope we have the time. If you want to stay here and spend 5 hours with me, I will be glad we'll go through it all. Listen, whenever we said the next thing we'll look at something, there's something new coming. Liberia is getting so interesting. We're going to go to part 1, part 2, season 1, season 2. Where's the season guy, Mame? He's coming on. We're just talking about toll and decentralization last night. We're just talking about it, folks. We're just talking about how they're about to take the job from Sekou Dukle. We're just talking about it, right? Now we are talking about Maxwell setting one back of rep 18.50 cents. We are talking about Mary Bro setting one bag of rep for 15.39 cents. But what's the actual story? Let's welcome our sister Glennie. Glennie, are you here or you're not here? We need your full attention, please. Please don't do that. We really do. We need your full attention.
My people, where am I?
We are eating when you came on the show, Glennie.
Anybody here saw me eating?
Yes. How many of us saw her eating? Please put your hand up. Don't be afraid.
Nobody.
Put your hand up. Very welcome. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
So I read something on Facebook last night, and I found it to be very profound, and I wanted to share it. And it was a post written by Cotto Reeves Williams. And in the post, she acknowledged that now it is evident that people who have pain, they can express it. And that was in relation to the fact that since Joseph Boyka has become president, Toba now has a grave. The people that were on the poll, they were all assumed and they all have graves. And also Samuel Kanyando is going to be buried and also is going to have a grave. So what that says is that there is some validation with the hurt and the aches that people are now feeling. And I identify with that statement, and I wanted it may be small, just small things are happening, but these are significant steps towards a recovery or people healing from the hurt. I too lost my uncle in 1980. He was shot on a pole. And so that for me, it spoke volume that all of these significant things have happened, but they may be insignificant to others, but they're significant that we're now able to acknowledge some of the hurts and aches that people have. So to the president, I want to say, thank you very much, President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Glennie. You brought up a good topic. And I was able to speak to one of the daughter of that President Doe's. Name is Silo, I think that's the name. She's very creative. She coming up with some big ideas about peace and reconciliation after her mother burial, after the funeral, of her parents. They bury everything. She will come on Spoon to talk about the holistic peace and reconciliation from the Tober, the Doe, and even she's including Prince Johnson. We had a long conversation. So we welcome the fact that the children of the late Tober, Doe, Tutman, that of Prince Johnson and the rest of them that took part in the whole situation, they will sit down and have a round table to talk about peace and reconciliation, the way to move the country forward. And that's a smart thing. So again, I wish the family well and I wish them Godspeed. We want to welcome the 1.8 million viewer or 1.9 million viewer. The people are beating fufu. Well, Uncle Sam, you will not speak now because you came late. We got to get right into the show.
I want to talk now. I'm a star. The star is the last to talk.
That's correct, Uncle Sam. I hope the people will not say that. I hope the people will not say that
video.
Okay, it's 1.9 million now. Go and watch it. We want to say thanks to all of you. Let's move ahead and let's make progress. Shout out to our fellow Liberians that are now part of the NBA. He won something yesterday. I believe I saw something going around. A young man, he's going to be playing ball. Again, we want to encourage the young people here representing Liberia in every sports sector. Brilliant job. And let me say to you that Richie saying, you fall in the training year, so maybe I can make you second. If you want to go now, that's fine. What's actually happening in Liberia? The president, in 3 weeks, he suspended 3 individuals. Atom Masakwe. He suspended Abdullah Kamara. He suspended the other guy again, the SOE guy and the guy from the Bureau of State Enterprise. He suspended everybody. As per the LSCC own recommendation, these people are going to court. A big thing in 3 months, in 3 weeks. I'm hearing that a minister will be suspended, but this week, a minister, I'm not going to call that minister name because the executive manager hate for me to do so. A minister, he's going for a minister now because some serious dirt is on those individuals. Let's brush it off. And in line with what we are seeing going across the eye, they arrest today by asset recovery. What say you, Dr. Richardson?
It's not a bad thing to arrest people who were corrupt in a country, who you believe engaged in, perhaps inappropriately taking rights from the Liberian people, because that's what they say that these people were arrested for. But making sure that you have the evidence to accuse these people, and I keep on stressing that because I know how in the past we have practiced selective justice. We bring things to the court that we want to bring as opposed to looking at the law in its entirety. So I'm here to hear what evidence that the court has, because it's on them to tell the Liberian people that these people stole rights, and this happened in XYZ time. This is the bag of rice that we thought that that is not accounted for. So I want to hear more about this case. So that's what I have to add about my thoughts.
So the entire case, if you look at the document from the court, is in the chat room. Hope you guys have the time to see it. We're going to go through it step by step, those charges that involve this individual, then we'll discuss it. But let's just get an overview, guys, as we welcome you on the show. Go on Facebook, share the show. We need your comment. We need to hear from you, every one of you, as we bring in Councillor Gu. Councillor Gu, what say you about this arrest today?
Stand on. I always said on this show that the government should focus on governing and stop the blame game. I always said, Uncle Sam, you forget that you're on the show? I always said that things that were criticized in the past should be dealt with now that you have the opportunity. I said people were accused by the current government when they was in opposition of doing wrong, of harming the country, of committing criminal offenses. They are now in power. They should forget about talking about it and take action against it. Now the actions I seem to be taken, we welcome it. Those who I been accused of committing crime against the country, economic crime against the country, will have the opportunity to face the law. There are other ordinary Liberians who are jacking phone because they're hungry, they don't have job, they are behind bars for years. When they arrest them, we don't see people running behind them, we don't see cheering squad because they don't have the political capital to do that. So when politicians are arrested and sent behind bars for committing a crime in their reign, they must be also treated the same. So we welcome the decision of the government to hold anyone who can be held accountable, who the law gave in the government the right to hold them accountable. We support that decision and we caution the government to speed up investigations of some of its officials that have been suspended so that the politicians would not look at the negative side and say and talk about being selective. They will know that this particular process is a broad process, it's a net, and anybody who is found in between the rim of where the net falls, you will be caught. Whether you are a government official, former government official, or what, you will be caught. But I support the decision. I just wish that their rights will be respected and that they will have the opportunity to go to court and vindicate themselves, or the government will prove the cases against them. But too long.
Thank you very much.
Then here government come to power and they can take action and just talk. Now at least we see
Thank you.
action taken. We support
Thank
it.
you. Thank you very much. Guys, if I just sorry we gotta cover these topics, so we'll be only 1 or 2 minutes. Glenny, let's bring you on. Welcome to the show. Talk to us.
So hello everybody. Lots of things happened today. I think the proceedings are an expectation based on what was promised by the government, that they will go after people that they deem are corrupt. But I also want to say that I would hope that the government will proceed accordingly, that they will not be doing things in a haste and in a rush. I'm not a lawyer, but I hope that everything they're doing is legal and they're doing it correctly so that they don't get unnecessary criticism and get people turned away from what their expectations are. Equally so, those who are accused, they also deserve a day in court to vindicate themselves from the allegations. But this is a promise made by the present government. So for me, it's something that they promise, and so they are adhering to what they've promised us. So the court will be the final judge of everything. So we're just looking forward to what's happening. I mean, there are some top people arrested today that some of us probably never expected, but we're following the story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Let's bring in Tama. Tama, talk to us on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. And it's a pleasure to be here, and good evening to all of you. But here's my position on the ongoing trending corruption cases in Liberia. I think, first of all, we should all, as Liberians, applaud the move of this government to charge people who are suspected. And I say suspected because it is allegation until proven in court. People who have been suspected of stealing from the people, including our own former Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Kimaya. And I say this to say that for too long, we have talked the talk, but we haven't walked the walk. I think this is the moment for us, and we hope that this government of President Joseph Numa Boake will sustain this fight. And it is my hope, and it's the hope of Liberians, that it shouldn't be a dog and pony show, as Mr. Jackson will say. This should be a real fight. This should be, when you charge someone with a crime, you should have the evidence to prove in court. When you force someone to court, look, this is not about politics. Let's forget a bit about which political party we are all members of or which we support. But it is about ending the culture of impunity in Liberia. It is where we are at. If this government is going to lay the groundwork that was promised some 12 years ago, some 15 years ago by the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government, then it is happening now because they failed in their time. But I think it is something that should be applauded by Liberian people. And my only caveat is that we should have the evidence, the government should have the evidence to make sure that the people we are charging with crimes of embezzlement and stealing and corruption, that when we take them to court, that we'll find them guilty and it should serve their time based on the
Thank you
Constitution.
very much. Thank you very much. We're going to bring Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, Stanton, I know it's not going to be easy because this is a fight against a culture that permeated in our system for as long as the state exists. So we're talking about almost 200 years ago. So it's not going to be an easy fight. There'll be, members of that club that will come at you vehemently because people don't want you to obstruct the culture, especially a culture of impunity where everybody is free to act as he or she wishes. But so I don't expect kudos for any system that will come to being and then start going after that culture. You'll meet some fierce battle along the way. But the political will is there. I can see it. And majority of those who condemn today's action, imagine people like Mary Braw. These are individuals who are part of an exclusive club. They're probably she's part of the deep state. And those are the engineers behind some of the culture of impunity. And she belongs to that club. But, I would hope that the prosecutors that will come after these cases will have the experience because there could be statute of limitation. But how many people lost their lives because of some of this, this cold action by state actors? How many individuals died? Statute of limitation when it comes to death is non-existent. So if I'm a prosecutor, I'll look for a really deep way to prosecute people. We all talk about, special courts for corruption and so on and so forth. But you can go up deeper into the investigation and find out that people lost their lives in the course of some of these cold actions that people took. And as a result, use those as the means of prosecution. Even if you have a little bit of evidence, sometimes you go along the way, you'll be able to prove certain things. It's hard because so many people on their side. So some people will be covering things up. But Stanton, this is a step in the right direction, brother.
Thank you very much, Colonel Ed Remy Gray. Phoebe Harris, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, so when the wrong things are being done consistently for a period of time, people adjust to them and think that they are right. And that's how our society has become. And the whole elephant meat saga. A government, go there, eat your own, move. Go eat your own, move. Every government will come and preach on feedback. Every government will come and preach on. I got this on feedback. Every government, thank you. Every government will come and preach on when we take power, we'll fight corruption. And we saw with Madam Saleh, corruption will be public enemy number one. By the time she was leaving, corruption became vampire and became a way of life. President Weah will fight corruption. By the time he sat down there a few times, he said, we're all related. How can we prosecute each other? To the point that even when he conceded and told Baka that, look, what my people did, they let it go and let move the country forward. and forget about and don't go after the people. That was a plea that he made to the president-elect. And these are the normal Liberian thing that everybody used to and everybody okay with. Nothing will happen. Nothing will come out of it. Government comes, government goes. Nothing will come out of it. Oh, that thing, that big muff. And we all, when government decide to take action, everybody stand around to protect their own criminal. When you touch the person from aside, we stand up. You touch the other person, we stand up. And if we want to run a serious country, that has to change. We can't be defending the wrong, even though we know it wrong. We can't say we want the court system to work. At the same time, we don't want anybody from our party or our family to go to be charged. So how the court system will work? How do you expect the justice system to work? That once you touch your own relative or your partisan, your senior partisan, you all stand up. We go to the court, we fight, we defend, we print our own. And when some of those things were happening, you were not there. You don't know the details. You will not know the person from the surface, from a distance. So if the government said it has evidence, they have evidence about corruption against the person, the fairest thing to do is to allow the person to go to court and clear their name. Let the system work. That's how we run a civilized society. But other than that, it will nothing will change. It will keep defending and protecting. We stand up, we issue press releases, our own, going against. That will not change Liberia. So we gotta take some hard decisions as a country. We gotta be able to get ready to see some people go down. And the court must work. We must allow the justice system to work. Even though we don't trust it, we don't believe in it, we gotta allow it to work because there's only one court system. You got different court system. I don't care how you hate the police. When something happens, you gotta call the same police, LMP. When you get vexed with NEC and say, for election matter, you gotta go to the NEC to register. You can't say because NEC cheated or Fed cheated in last election, so the next election I will not register with NEC. If you want, as long as you want to contest, you have to go to NEC. So that's just the pattern. The system, the entity that will have to manage the different things, we have to work with them. So the justice system will have to learn to work. Whether we think that it is witch hunt or not, go to court, find your lawyers, put your best lawyers together, pay and find money and go to court and defend yourself. And there are a lot of times government lost cases. So it's possible that government will.
Thank you. Thank you, Kobe. Thank you very much. Guys, I beg you, can we just observe our own 2 minutes, please? It will help us to manage the time well. Let me bring in Akari Spirit, then we'll bring in Uncle Sam and Dr. Bople. We got a lot to cover today. It will be only important that we just stick on the conversation to get out of here by 11 p.m. Liberian time, 7 p.m. our time. Honorable Gray, let's hear you.
Yeah, this government is a government of classes with witch hunt. There's nothing about respect for the rule of law. I don't care how people feel. This is a carrot. I don't mince my voice. Okay? I don't care. President Boyka is extremely vindictive. He doesn't have the standing. The guy who has the answers to security doesn't even understand his function. The LCC has a statutory responsibility, statutory function to investigate certain things. We see overlapping and usurpation of functions by statute. Okay? And people want to boast around here. I've never been a big fan of Mary Bro. Everyone knows that. From President Selective time or President Weah time. But you want to tell me that Mary Bro stole 10 beggars. That's why you call access. You really serious to recover access in Liberia? You're joking. When someone in Nigeria hear that you're running behind an access of $30,000 or $10,000, they will laugh at you. They will rather laugh at the country that you spend more money on the access recovery team in 3 to 6 months than the money they're running after. It's even a recipe for corruption. Okay, what the access? You didn't even get one evidence to say, okay, they sold the rest, they paid the other horse with it. That access you should go recover. Or money laying down somewhere. You have such and seizure. You didn't even take 1 peanut or banana peeling for in the homes today. Today, it was a shame or disgrace. These are all diversionary tactics. This government has failed on the bread and butter issue. President Boyka is now fighting corruption. Why are you doing a pure BM scheme? You go, you suspend the other person, you suspend the other person with all prosecution, the person stay taking pay. Suspended people taking pay, now they debate. They suspended, they stay taking pay. No court action against your own. You're running after a group of people. You were there for 12 years. You're talking about statute of limitation. You tell you as a recovery gets statute of limitation. Okay, go ask other countries. People that stole, build, and what's up. Some people build Ministry of Education on Broad Street. Where they took their money from. And who were renting government building in the country that who were renting it from. You really want access? You really want access? I can tell you all the CDC people that are running behind in the country here. They can't take 200,000 from anybody account in this country. I know what I'm talking. Or out of this country, they cannot take 200,000 from their account. These are poor people you're running behind. That mental optics, that perception. That perception, people running around, that people reach here, they get money laying out in some kind of bank or out of the country. Some people you can see 50,000 in their account.
Thank you.
Okay. When you're ready, you say the other person can steal. The other person corrupt. Today, what that? You go arrest someone, you rush into court.
Thank you very much. We'll be engaging, guys. We'll ask each other questions, but the honorable man, thank you very much.
You go release that.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Uncle Samuel Jackson. Uncle Sam, let's hear you.
So I feel like laughing. I swear to God, but beg arrest that asset recovery. My goodness, my brown people. Beg arrest that asset recovery, and you're clapping for it. Beg arrest that asset recovery. You want the meaning of asset? Rest is a perishable item. It's not an asset. It's
for God's sake.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You
talking. Let me talk to man married them, man. You think I got time for y'all? I'm talking to man married. They poor fooling y'all. They poor fooling y'all. Man, they poor fooling y'all. No responsible asset recovery task force is going to go after how many of the 29,000 burger rice. That is sheer foolishness. That is inanity. Okay, that is devious. That is malicious. And that's you, Liberian people. We are bigger than this. The reason why you say I'm always angry because we are smarter than the way we portray ourselves. You're gonna go between the New York Times is gonna go report that 29,000 bag of rice was being pursued by an asset recovery task force in Liberia. You're not going after a Swiss bank account. You're not going after offshore accounts in the British Virgin Islands. You don't go after physical assets in the country, go after bank accounts in the country. That bag of rice you're going to go after, you stupid people. You're ignorant. You're nothing. You're zero. That's why your contract is the way it is.
That's a family program.
Let me finish that.
No. Let's watch our language. The family program here now. Come on.
But I think how you talking Alona we in?
I said we're stupid.
La Alona we in or la Liberia we in?
Let me not interrupt the LSE.
So if you don't want to hear it, I didn't use any four-letter word. I said we are ignorant. I said we are stupid. I said something wrong with us that we will go pursue. And then Comfort Sawyer, former first lady, you don't give her the dignity of personal recognizance for her to report to court. You grab her and take Emma Sawyer's wife. You take her, you put her in prison, and you think you do something good for the public of Liberia. That's why I say you're ignorant, you're stupid. You know what I mean? You have no.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. We're going to bring in Dr. Bobla. Uncle Sam, thank you for your time. Dr. Bobla, let's hear you guys. Please consider us. It's a hot temper show today, and we got to go into it. Dr. Bobla, an easy, cool head. Let's hear you, sir.
Stanton, good evening to my friends. If there were no corruption in Liberia, our society as a structure still has a disequilibrium with a small group of people very well off, mostly government people, and the majority of the people struggling. If there were no corruption, there's a disequilibrium. With corruption, that becomes exponentially worse. To argue that they stole 2 fish from the market, don't go there. Leave that one. But when they claim the whole Lebanese man stole, go after him. The people who steal 2 fish are the same people who go and claim the Lebanese man stole. And so let's not shoot ourselves in the foot. The government's responsibility is to fight corruption. And we, the people, I want to speak directly to our government, we, the people, in this era, will not lower our expectation that you would do that. The other side to that, Stanton, is it is a responsibility of the government. Wherever they feel like public resources, whether it is rice, a whole lot of money, and other assets are being wrongfully used, they have a constitutional and moral responsibility to go after it. Any citizen that suggests the government should not go after people because that small thing here, that small thing there, you're abrogating your responsibility to your country. If you take one thing from my yard that wasn't yours, I hope the police can help me find out one thing, because you will come back tomorrow and clean the whole yard. The government is doing what the government is supposed to do, and we are not going to lower our expectation. And I would encourage the government to not make this seasonal, but make this a way of life. So let Liberians get used to government that fight for them by way of fighting corruption in any form and for anything.
Brother Bobla, thank you very much. Abula Mame, welcome. We'll bring back Tamba and Fubi. We got to rotate ourselves accordingly. And let's hear you as we welcome also Fundela Patricks. Abula, you go ahead. Then we hear from Fundela on this one.
We welcome the effort, regardless of whether it's 2 bags of rice or it's $10 million. I think what is happening is we're trying to set the tone, and like Dr. Brooklyn said, every human being, myself here, every human being has some tendency of doing bad things. But when you begin to see the government, those with power and authority, putting in systems, creating deterrence, taking action, then that natural thing that in you to do bad things tend to suppress itself. When we get our country to that point, regardless of who in power, when a country gets to the point where you have a public service job, or you even in private sector, or you teaching, or you in a hospital, when you get to the point where you believe that if I did bad thing, I will be penalized. When you see that feeling, the culture of that in the country, then you know your country is ready for development. You know your country is ready to transform the lives of the ordinary people. Until that feeling can get in people, we're going nowhere. It is that feeling that is in us here in America. I know about America because that's where I live. That same feeling is in other African countries to some extent where I work. People are afraid to do bad things because they know if they did, they will be penalized. But in Liberia, it is the complete opposite. People just brave to do bad things, knowing that nothing will come from other aid. I think what the president is doing is not so much about the bag of rice or the quantity of rice. It is about making us aware that there will be consequences for our action. And that mentality, that culture is what we all need to sustain. So we who are here and those in government can manage themselves such that we save resources, invest it in the people, invest it in the country boom. So when you even leave from government, you can have better job in the private sector. You can establish business. That is the culture we want. And we think these actions in recent time are showing us and bringing us closer to that. We respect the independence. We respect the the not guilty position of those who are accused will not call them criminals, will give them the time to go and exonerate themselves. We started talking to some people, they giving us information. So based on that, they are accused, they are investigated, being investigated. We'll wait to see the outcome of those investigations.
Thank you very much, Mame. Thank you. 2 minutes to you, my brother Patrick.
So it's good to be here tonight, CEO. Thank you very much. And to the rest of the panelists, I am very happy to see you here. Before I proceed, I want to speak directly to the president. This effort is laudable, but I have a fundamental disagreement. Two members of the Assets Recovery, Comrade Martin Colley and Mr. Gongwe, complain the current chairperson of the Asset Recovery that he did unilateral withdrawal of money that they didn't know anything about. In fact, they accuse him of corruption, and Martin outlines several fundamental pitfalls within the Asset Recovery and resigned. This president has now moved in the direction to carry on forensic audit. It is said one who claims equity must come with clean hands. If you see the catfish from the river saying a turtle is a rapist, you have no reason to doubt. Except we investigate, it creates room for investigation because every one of them belongs in the water. An individual, an acclaimed academician and a researcher complained and lambasted this chairperson of the Asset Recovery of engaging in some administrative malpractices. But this time, I would have expected the president to launch a full-scale investigation so that his effort to recover assets, money, billions and millions that were siphoned in this country will not be thrown in the trash can. As it stands, the Asset Recovery is proceeding with an aroma of corruption, and it undermines its integrity to go after other people. The only reason these other people are pursued because there are allegations of corruption. But the very Asset Recovery tool is lingering in similar allegations. Why is it that the government is not instituting a measure to clean that particular Asset Recovery, to make it purify and ready to bite people who are accused of corruption? I see this as a fundamental contradiction, and I'm encouraging this president to ensure that the Asset Recovery team, it is investigated, it is subjected to audit. 1 million had disappeared. They did not recover even one cell, one motorbike, but the money went. How did it go? Already 2 members have resigned. 1 member resigned and gave a chronological reasons why he was leaving. It's not claiming the attention of the government, CEO, I want to rest. And I'm encouraging this president. Prezo, if you want people to take the Asset Recovery serious, the allegations that have been leveled against the Asset Recovery boss, he should be subjected to investigation. You did it before with Noka boys. Or Noka bosses. So again, it's a good process, but I think it's not worth saying what we see now.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Good point. Let's just get into this point. Does that make Clair Martin unworthy of proceeding in this Asset Recovery case?
Well, Mr. Patrick brings up a great point, and this is what I'm trying to say. This is not about a political party. This is not about friendship. This is about the culture of impunity. But we should also consider selective justice. That has been a practice in our country. And if someone bring me, all of the evidence, I'm waiting to see the evidence. This is what I've asked for. I'm not saying that these people shouldn't go to court to clear their name, but Then make sure that we have the evidence. And this is, I'm thinking along the lines that Vandella Patrick is thinking. We started off with the inauguration NARSCOV scandal. What happened to that scandal? Okay. Then we went to someone who inflated the price of yellow machine. Then we then have the vice president now trying to make things good for the country. That's a sign of corruption to me. Okay, corruption is also taken as Dr. Brother said, 2 spoons of rice, for lack of a better meaning, bags of rice. Okay, as well as taking 9,000 bags of rice. It's all corruption. So we have to look at the holistic practice of corruption in our country, and make sure that we're not just being selective in terms of bringing these people to book. Make sure that we making sure that we charging everyone, and not just people who we favor or because of political party of tribe.
Thank you. So Councillor, I mean, you have us legal here in this one. The argument now that Vandella put forth, does that hold water, Councillor?
Well, yeah, Stanton. I mean, it's normal if you are accused. Imagine you are a rape prosecutor, and then you are accused of violence against women. You're accused of sexual violence. Obviously, it's going to have some negative effect on you when you are investigating other people, because the question will be, what morals do you have? What credibility do you have? It's the same thing that normally on this show, when Carlos Gray and others who were in government, when they talk, Liberian people, when people here say they don't have morals to talk because they were there, they didn't do anything. So it's the same way now with Martin. If Martin is, his credibility is on question, the president need to act to find somebody else to lead the team and let Martin go to clear his name. Because true, I tell you the truth, it has a way of undermining any trial. I give you an example. In I think 2007 or 2006, around there, Madam Selective prosecuted, the Selective government prosecuted Evan Snow, the late Judy Bryant, others for corruption. When they asked Judy Bryant and Evan Snow, they said they used the money for national security. While that trial was ongoing, the government of Liberia arrested Valentine Ayika with $500,000 on him, on his person. They confiscated the man's money. When they asked, the then Justice Minister said the money was used by the government for national security. During the argument of the case, the late Michael Jones and Theophilus Gu, all two of them, peace be to the ashes, stood on that ground, that particular ground. They said, today, Judy Bryant and other people have been prosecuted for $300,000 that they used for national security in an interim government that had rebels. When the country was not at peace, they have been prosecuted today. But the very justice minister who is prosecuting them today, with peacetime, you and everybody here, has just seen somebody $500,000 and say he used it for national security. That thing sank into the ears of the jurors. And my brother, that was done. That was one of the strongest argument that were raised by the team, and they won the case. So it has a way of the credibility of the process. So the best thing to do is, if the credibility of Martin is on question, the president need to take an action. Let Martin step aside, bring somebody else, and the process continue. We support the process.
Thank you.
If anything that will undermine the process, we have to get rid of it now.
Again, I just put all of the letters from Martin Cuddy to Rutland Jackson to the executive mansion to Clark Martin. Those allegations and issue that was raised by Martin Cuddy that seemed to disqualify Clark Martin, Councillor Clark Martin. Those issues are huge, and I'm surprised that Vendetta Patrick just took a huge swap on those things, which now is part of our conversation. Is he now qualified to persecute these alleged individual on the rice saga and other people coming up? I received a huge information today on former First Lady Clair Weah. I mean, a big one. I mean, the president is on ease where he is right now. The former president, he's on ease because his wife, concerning the hope, they are going after her. I can confirm they are going after her. So this, does that disqualify Councilor Martin in this fight? Glennie, let's see, you guys will reduce it to 1 minute, go chop, and then let's bring everybody in because we're getting deeper now. Sister Glennie, let's hear you.
So I think it's very important that this body with Clair Martin, that they do all they can to show that they're not biased and that they're going after the perpetrators based on what they've been found guilty of or what they're being accused of. One thing you cannot do is, and a lot of people commented about it today on different postings where they're seeing that when the government is trying to, the current government may be going after former government officials in a more stringent way than going after its own government officials. That we cannot ignore. That we have to consider, because when you're also having your people who work in the government currently, and you're saying to them, oh, you're suspended for this and there's no investigation and this is happening and you're not seeing what is going on with some of the cases, but yet you're going all out on former government officials. These are some of the things that can cause people to not believe in a process. So it is important that if that I saw what one councillor would say, if there's any ounce of anything where Clair Martin may appear not to be someone who will be unbiased, and you will be able to adjudicate the cases or to investigate them correctly, then we need to find somebody else. But it's important that they show forth that they are not going to be prejudicial in all of their findings, and that they will have the evidence needed to be able to prosecute the people they're alleging have committed these acts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Akaris. Akaris, what say you in this fight, man? It's kind of taking a different turn here. Is he qualified now? You got to prosecute, but it's huge something about audit. Now, if you read what I put in the chat room from Martin Cuddy, he said this guy stole the money, this guy ate the money, this guy brought the way all through. He's not qualified to help as a recovery, and we got the government got to go after Councilor Martin, and that Councilor Martin is fighting back. No, I didn't.
Yeah. You know, that's the basis of my argument in the second round, and it's good that Fandala brought the point out. Look, this is what Martin accused him of. He said, one, they are brought arbitrary arrest and subsequent seizure of Grace Shaw's right. Arbitrary are brought and subsequent seizure. Arbitrary, that means abusing the law. It's no argument. There's somebody who was appointed to the Access Committee. The other accusation he put on his side is very clear. They hasted in unauthorized expenditure of $9,000 per month for bails. Every month you take $9,000 US, you put it on bails. With all accounting. 15% to the committee, you need actually taking decision. He also accused him of $311,200 lease agreement to rent a place. My understanding is that these guys are blow up $1 million. For members of the committee, not just Martin alone, even the other guy, the CRC, for them to begin to accuse you of corruption and the president suspending people, Clair should be suspended. The LSCC, if Martin is irresolute, should ready the LSCC to investigate Clair. He's not off the hook. He's an appointed official that can be investigated by the LSCC. Do we need investigation When somebody take government resources and spend it $9,000 every month on billboard with all accountability, you take 300 and some more thousand US for a few months, I think 6 months or 4 months, you spend it on office, right to the Golden Key Hotel. Who own a hotel? That campaign people, that is the money Bennett we're talking about. Then no car there. The Social Corporate Responsibility Fund that we're talking about, selective justice. The head of NOCA, the then head that is not suspended, say I told money I give it to Unity Party women, she named the people and all that they get the money to. But they're walking around free, and I was seeing these people that have arrested them. That's what the things we're talking about, selective justice. When you take state resources and give it to a political party and they use it, and you run after another group of people from a political institution, you cannot punish your own because they brought you to power, and you also we should shut up. When you suspend people on the bill of selective justice, and Dr. Richardson struck a very important point. 500,000 were taken for NASCAR with all President Boyka being inducted president. He was only president-elect. They took the money. Inaugural money was abused. They established the facts on that. Nothing happened with that. The president bought 2 vehicles, $1.something million that he condemned, flying private jet, no accountability. Okay? We are talking about selective justice, and we'll keep saying it. For me, I don't care what people say. I really don't care. Okay, you will not see my name on one of your listing. Clamantin can water my heart to arrest me. I can tell you that you will shoot gun that day. I can tell you about you will be shocked. Let me repeat, they will shoot. The police will shoot that day. If they
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Colonel, let's go ahead. Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Let's bring you in. I can't vote to Gray. Thank you. But I can't Gray.
It's illegal.
It's not about coming to arrest you. It's about whether Clamantina is qualified. Whether Clamantina is qualified. Let me bring it in, Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, you read the issue. You read what was raised by the former asset recovery representative, Martin Cuddy. These are huge things. What say you, Colonel Remy Gray?
You know, some of these cases that are coming up today where some of the findings Martin Colley came up with probably 3, 6, 7 months ago. And the president has a way of doing due diligence, in my opinion. You don't just rush to something brashly. But when you're prosecuting a 200,000 years of impunity, you have to be selective because the issues are just too enormous. We don't have the bandwidth, we don't have the resources to just jump on everything at once. Meticulously, you go forward. I have no doubt that Martin probably will be asked to recuse himself from the investigation. I have no doubt. Knowing how the president has proceeded in the past, don't just jump into issue. Now that it's coming up, he's definitely going to pause here and look. But regardless who you bring in the process, when you're prosecuting a 200 years old rotten system, you are trying to throw certain culture out of the game. Anybody, even Pontius Pilate, they'll find a scar on him. So don't forget about that, this is the way those who fleece this culture of impunity, that's the way of fighting back. Yes, there could have been allegations against Martin, but then what is more important is to end this culture of impunity. Even if you prosecute the prosecutor later, but at least you have to throw some of these people off their game. If you don't do that, Liberia will go nowhere. And Mami said it right. If you want the country to look, if we start going after all of the situation in the Weah administration, we'll have nothing to do this time of our life.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray.
The president is proceeding, Stanton. And
Thank
that's
you very
why
much, Colonel Gray. I'm going to put this on real quick. Here we are. This is from Martin 3-page letters that he wrote to the mansion and other individual. Look at the 4 counts Martin raised. And we go to the last paragraph here. The abroad arbitrary arrest and subsequent seizures of gracious right. That was Martin concern. The history and unauthorized expenditure of $9,800 per month for billboard. We have the receipt for this billboard. It's bad because it was all paid to play. And the money concerning the way in which Councilor Martin went into that deal, it is concerning, it is scary. But folks, we got to say this to you. Vendetta, can you mute yourself, please? We're getting a bad feedback. Again, I want to say to all of you, let's read this step by step. Everyone will have the time to speak. But just imagine, right? The crafting of Arab budget to date, some of the Arab members having seen the fiscal instrument as though it's a society bush. Shouldn't this be discussed and debated by all commissioner? Now, that commissioner is, the president changed most of them. The money that came in, 1,050,000. The first 350,000 were given by the executive mansion, and the 700,000 or so was put in the budget 2024. Those folks saying, we don't know how Clair Mountain spend the money. The signing of 311,200 lease agreement to rent an office space without even discussing this decision with anyone. Now, the document about the office space, who owned the money? Who they rented the office space from? Mountain listed so many different issues. So, is this man, Councilor Clair Mountain, he ran LCC under the first half of George Clair Weah. He took over asset recovery when President Boaga came in. Is this man qualified to prosecute now with all these allegations against him? Receipt of bail. I mean, I'm looking at President Boaga in a different way now. You can be his son, his daughter. He will come after you if involved in corruption. That's what I said. That's what I want to believe. He's going above and beyond to prosecute, suspend people. Is Clair Mountain qualified, Uncle Sam?
Okay, look. I would never hire Clair Mountain for that position. Let's just be very clear about that. You have Alex Coffey, you have other legal luminaries, other Liberian forensic investigators and stuff that have bigger qualifications and they got better terms of character in the society than Clair Mountain. Here is a case. I never said don't prosecute these people. All of y'all saying, like I said, don't prosecute. I said this does not rise to the order of magnitude for an asset recovery task force. That's common sense. If the asset recovery task force in order of magnitude has something bigger, they were to discover millions of dollars in a Swiss bank account, or they were to discover some assets hidden someplace, but to go after people who stole bag of rice, that's not in order of magnitude. And when I be speaking English, I can be speaking English. I say in order of magnitude, because they don't have anything substantive that is huge and big. And Counselor, you know it, you don't take a frivolous case that does not rise up to get the public to support you, to the public. If you had it, you would have brought something bigger than people stealing bag of rice. That's the point I'm trying to make. I never said don't prosecute.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
No, I'm finished yet.
No, Uncle Sam, I got 1 minute. Uncle Sam, it's not personal. We got to move on, Uncle Sam.
30 more seconds. I never said don't prosecute, and I never said bag of rice is not important, but I'm saying in order of magnitude, let's look at the definition of asset. What is the definition of asset? Something of value that is heading away, okay, in an asset, to go recover an asset. Not a who steal bag of rice. That's not asset recovery.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Guys, I feel standing right now because this is getting hotter. It's getting hot in here. I feel standing seriously. To be serious, I am. Let's talk about the charges. Theft of property 1, economic sabotage with use of public money, property of record, theft and illegal disbursement and expenditure of the public money, misapplication of entrusted property, abuse of office, criminal conspiracy. These things are very, very serious. Let me bring it down to Bople. Those are the charges. How many of them were charged today? Dr. Bople, hold on 1 minute. I'm begging you. We saw Madam Sawyer. She was appointed by President Boaga to serve on the board. Who saw Mary Bro still operating at LDC? On a serious note, we saw Mary Bro today. going to jail. Madam Sawyer went to jail. This woman went to jail. The former First Lady went to jail. I want to just think of something, folks. With Joseph Yima Braga, all fingers seem to be equal. Oh, is this true? Madam Sawyer, the wife of Emma Sawyer, she went to jail today. Mary Bro, at the time they took her out of jail. Dimas Kemeya, Dimas, former foreign minister. Something is happening, folks. We can name all of them. Those that will be going to jail, those that we are hearing that will be going to jail. If this thing continues tomorrow, Madam Joe Howard Taylor, former First Lady, former Senator, former Vice President, they are going to arrest her on the same rice issue. We got document that we'll be sharing with you. She received some rice. Did she distribute the rice? She will be going to jail. They will arrest her. If nobody don't step in today, she will be in jail. Finabana will be going to jail. They have the whole list, and we got the list. Now they are prepared to go after Clair Weah. The former president, George Panelist, received the information, and they were questioning why they're going after his wife, the former First Lady, because of Hope College. Were the money given for Clair Weah Foundation, or were the money given for the government, and then Clair Weah took the money? She will be arrested. If nobody intervened, Clair Weah, the former First Lady, will be on BBC. She will be arrested. Mawani deeds. You remember the story? God gave the poor women their money. You remember the story, the $11 million for rest subsidies. These are some serious time in our country. I don't want to go to Samuel 12. That would be the double whammy for Samuel 12. The FIA case coming out July 1st, but guess what happened? Samuel 12 will be booked on the $30 million allegations. I'm not going to go in deep, but Samuel 12 will be booked. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have some serious conversation tonight as we bring in Dr. Bople. Dr. Bople is no joking around. Let's just observe our time and be on the money as we speak. Talk to me.
Stanton, it really doesn't matter the nomenclature of the entity that helps to fight bad behavior and corruption. Doesn't matter. What matters is that we're trying to fight bad behavior and corruption. I like to keep my feet on the floor and remember that for the first 24 years of my life, I was dirt poor. I will be an eternal advocate for poor people. That is the majority of the people in this country. Rice, we almost fought a war for rice. We had a riot. It's important. Other assets are important. Anything that you took that wasn't yours, you misappropriated, is wrong. So let's address it. We may not be solving all the problem, but one problem solved, one issue addressed is part of the solution. Let's move forward.
I want you to talk about Clair Mountain, this allegation of misappropriation. Do you think he's qualified, Dr. Bople?
Do I think he's qualified to do what?
Let's forget about the qualification. He is, but do you think the president should allow him to proceed under this condition of those allegations against him?
Well, it depends on the veracity of the allegation. I am not in the position to make that determination, but I'm sure the determination will be made. Look, if you are leading a fight against corruption and there are issues with your own character and stuff, it draws into question credibility. And so people perception or the reality, and the president would do what the president needs to do. But I can't speak to that this time because I don't know.
Dr. Bople, you're moral man. You know right from wrong. These are allegations that are taking people to court. They put people in jail because of an allegation. And these are allegations on him about $311,000, $9,800 for bail misuse of the asset recovery fund. Do you think with those allegations he have any moral right? Should the president trust him to lead this investigation, or should he be replaced?
I will hope that the president and his team, the government, will investigate that quickly, because it will affect his agency ability to fight corruption. So when those things come into question, sometimes not right or wrong, it's what's prudent. You move people. Okay?
Thank you, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to share the show. We are on fire tonight because this is concerning some top dudes. This is concerning some top individuals. This is about our country. It's President Boakai is pointing in the right direction. We want to hear from you as we bring in Vendetta Patrick's. VP.
Thank you. So before I go in, I like to push back a little bit on Dr. Brookler. You know, the question asked by the CEO is to give you an opportunity to do, if you were in the capacity of the president, what you should have done. And it's clear here that he's entangled with series of allegations. These are the same allegations that other people were suspended. And you sat on the show and you commended the president. So I think it's morally prudent to also say this president is on record for probing people that were alleged to be corrupt, and he suspended them. A similar issue should be applied to Climate. The most difficult thing that we do here is the fact that, I don't know how some listeners see it. You look at a very good friend of yours, and you muster the courage to critique him on a public platform. Some of them don't like it. And in fact, to some extent, it endangers our lives. Somebody stole 1 million, you come here to come condemn him, that person is fired, you think they will go free, they will fight back. So when we come here, we got to be honest sometimes. But CEO, 311,000 as alleged by one of the asset recovery members, Martin Colley, that he did not, Martin did not consult anyone. And this was confirmed by Emmanuel Gongwe, another member of the asset recovery team, who also resigned. 2 key members resigned, citing issues of corruption. And this man is still in this position. Mr. President, you got to do something. When it was alleged that the former Minister of Commerce and Industry was engaged in acts of corruption just for $98,000. $98,000. We are not talking about 100,000. $98,000.
We have to run. VP, I beg you.
No, I beg you now. Why you not let my business in the play?
VP, I beg you.
Okay, let me conclude now. You know you're my man now. Give me 30 seconds. When crewman talking on the platform, you will never interrupt.
50
because we come from the other side. So CEO, we are backing this president. 2 members of the asset recovery, they have resigned, citing issues of corruption. This man, who is the head of the asset recovery, does not have the moral credentials to pursue other people who are also believed to be corrupt. He should step aside so that we can have an integrity-driven individual who is not connected in whatsoever corruption to lead this fight justly and in all fairness. One who claims equity must come with clean hands. Climatic hands are dirty as we see, and I saw you need to step aside. In my vanish my voice.
Let me bring in Phoebe. Phoebe, let's hear you. Again, guys, we're going to rotate. Let's just be patient. I'll bring you back on Colonel Grade. Let's hear the others real quick. Phoebe, talk to us. Okay, Phoebe is having some issue. Tama, can you talk to us?
Yes, I can, Stanton. Thank you. I think, my position on this remains unchanged. I think, first of all, the fight against corruption remains the #1 priority of this government and should be for any other government that comes after the United Party government. For too long, we've had a culture of impunity. The issue against Clair Martin, I'm just going to comment on that briefly. I think there have been allegations, even by Martin Colley, that Club Martin, seems to be corrupt, or his hands is in the cookie jars. And I said it, previous show. Optics matter. In leadership, people look at you. People look at you as a leader. If we may not, maybe the government or the GMB government may not have the evidence against Club Martin to remove him at this point. But optics matters, Stanton. Optics is that as a leader, there's a perception about you, what people are saying, your practices, your behavior in that role. It make them to doubt you. It make them to discredit you. And this is a fight against corruption. I don't know Club Martin. I don't know him from anywhere. He and I have never interacted. But if Club Martin himself, as the head of the asset recovery team, is going to be an issue, is going to become a bottleneck based on his credibility, based on the optics of the public, then GMB should ask him to step aside. Because let me tell you, the fight against corruption is no longer only a GMB fight or Unity Party government fight. This is a fight of Liberia that we have been talking about for the last 50 years or more. And let me just say this. Even if it is a value of 280,000 bags of rice, that is about $500,000. If it is a bag of rice, doesn't matter. It is still an asset. These are individuals and people of our republic that's supposed to benefit from that bag of rice. So I wouldn't say rice is not an important issue, Stanton. I think whether it's come to rice, whether it's come to vehicles, whether it comes to misappropriation of your own budget within the ministry or government functionary. Look, Liberian politicians need to understand that when they are elected to serve the people.
Thank you.
And those appointed by the president are appointed to serve at the pleasure of the president. So if the president feels that there are obstacles, the president should remove them and continue his fight against corruption and the culture of impunity.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring in Fubi in. Then we want to start rolling some of these receipts. Now, I've been keeping these things for a little while, but it's important now we're talking about Club Martin that we share. Who owns the company, the printing company that came into question for those baseball? What agreement they came into? Now, does that disqualify Club Martin? Martin was involved in corruption. A lot of people now begin to question Club Martin. This is exactly what we do as an independent network. Let's hear from Fubi Harris.
Yeah, so firstly, we can be on the show and saying what is bag of rice. 29,000 bag of rice is more than $250,000. About 300 plus thousand, you take at a rate of $12.50 per bag. So 362,000 US dollars. So, and that's an asset. So it form part of the inventory of government. So you can't say there's nothing. We can't use that. It's trivial. No, we disagree with that. And government has the right to go after whatever the fee that is necessary for the purpose of that. On the issue of Club Martin, we can't just say because Martin Colley and Emmanuel Gongwe said Club Martin Corosso, the president should remove him. I disagree with that. The president, there are other investigative, entities that the president has that can probe into the dealings with the asset recovery. And based on their findings, they can advise the president. But again, because you go to work and your colleagues say, oh, the man corrupt, or this account for which we're not working again. Then the president says, okay, move on that. No, no serious president would do that. So I would never advise the president to say because of those allegations, so remove Club Martin and put somebody else there. We should get people to independently go and do the investigation, and they find all those things to be culpable that he doesn't need to serve there, and the necessary for prosecution, they can fire him and send him for prosecution. But you can use allegation from your colleagues and say that should be a basis for the president to take action against Club Martin. I disagree with that 100%. And that also doesn't disqualify Club Martin.
I don't think anybody's saying the president might just take this on, on these allegations. But
the comment that I want to put it to.
No, people are calling for investigation. Now, this was done last year. St. Martin Colley resigned. The question is, what have this government done to prove the credibility and the innocence of Club Martin? Was Club Martin referred to LDCC? Did they open special investigation into this issue? Don't you think it's fair to ask when other members of asset recovery accuse Clair Mountain and just everything just as of now, I can tell you the government did nothing, zero, nada. I can say that to you. So what say you now?
CEO, there are two officials. Emmanuel Gongwe resigned and Martin Colley resigned.
Rest your case, man.
No, I want to correct you. I said two persons resigned.
We are talking your talk.
You know,
so regroup. You thought you were so, yeah. So like I said, those are allegations, and the president will not just act because a colleague said these are things against him. The president should commission an investigation independently again for to probe into those matters, and once they are validated, those will be reasons for them to actually relieve him of a post and subject him to investigation. That should be fair. But that doesn't disqualify him, as long as there is no formal investigation done currently, it doesn't disqualify him from going after corrupt cases and chasing people for asset recovery. He's still qualified to do that, and that should in no way disqualify him. So he still has himself and get the support of government.
All right, so I want to be rolling this real quick. The receipt in question, as you can see, 9,800. This is some of the document we'll be sharing with you. Whether now, it's important to know, were they in a contract between Clair Mountain Asset Recovery and Magnificent Group of Company? Were they in a contract? Look at the date, March 2024, 2024. Look at the amount in question. So Mountain was right. 9,800 for these bay bowls. Now, we're going to share most of this document. I just want you to understand, when we begin to talk on this thing, we talk on it with information. Do you think the allegation, he didn't enter into a contract with this company, but what's the allegation of a kickback? The allegation, because I get lawyer here, I'm going to say allegation or true. The allegation of a kickback, the allegation of pay to play on Clair Mountain. Do you think now, Councilor Good, that the president should take this even more seriously now and investigate? Were they in a contract? I can say no, because I have the document. There's no contract between Clair Mountain and this company, or between Asset Recovery and this company. I mean, we got to go into it. Let's talk.
Stanton, most of the people who will be talking about, oh, once there's no investigation, so the man can continue and blah, 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 they have not navigated the courtroom. I, as a prosecutor, and even before being a prosecutor, understand the courtroom. I know how the jurors can think. Perception is very dangerous. When people perceive you to be black, even though you are white, forget it. You go, you come down, they say you're black. That way they will say you bleach. So it is based on the perception, based on what we've experienced in the courtroom with the way people perceive. That's why when we're having this kind of a thing and there's an issue of credibility comes up, we are careful. Because you may end up losing an entire fight only because of one little credibility issue. Liberian people got a normal saying, but I only the man one nasty. All the other people who stole money here, they kept money in America, they carry on that only the people want you see. That for this small red business, you're coming whole people. All the other people who stole plenty money. They were talking. That's how people will live with them. We know them. So for me, I'm not saying that those allegations levied against the chairperson of the team are true. I cannot verify them, but the fact that it's been levied by members of the very team that led to them stepping aside is something that the appointing power needs to look at, to pay keen attention to now that we're on the road down to proceeding, right, to prosecuting people. It's something he needs to look at, to ask for an investigation, or maybe tell him to step aside, let the investigation go on, why the co-chair or whoever person that with credibility, that have no credibility issue, can continue with the process. The process, the car is already moving, the engine on, the thing now start. It's just that somebody having issue with the lesson. The lesson that the driver has is, I know they say it's a fake lesson. So he need to straighten his lesson first before he can move the car. Another person will move the car ahead while he end up settling it with the police. That's just simple. But because of the perception of Liberian people, it's never good for you to go in these kind of processes with the issue of credibility at stake. You may end up losing the fight. You spend all the money, lose the fight, and then it's nothing. So that's my take.
Who own the company?
We're gonna bring in Akaris Great, then we're gonna flip. Or Akaris, before we bring you in 1 minute real quick, then we'll go to Dr. Boplet. Let's say this: the printing of card sticker, UVDTF, 30 pieces. Printing of A3 poster, 1,000 pieces. Printing of A4 poster. Printing of bumper sticker. Printing of stamp. Printing of T-shirts. Printing of heavy duty. Now everything, guys, as we move forward, we want to tell you, we'll be giving you information as we speak right now. It's only important that most of the work, I beg you. Let me ask Councilor on this. Councilor, real quick, I carry straight. Most of asset recovery work is done in Clamartin law firm, not at the asset recovery building. Is that a normal thing?
Well, I can't say. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether the sheriff offices, whether the office, one the office.
I'm telling you what the work is. I'm asking you legally under the big kind of case. Is that normal?
But the president, and the president, and even the office of the president has office home. The president can work from home. So
okay,
I mean, if the chairman working from his office, all right. Issue. I don't think that's an issue.
And I'd love to ask you like that because I got some information coming up. Let's go into the lease agreement of that building. Who they lease the building from? How did it get on the lease? And why is this 300,000 of important? I want to bring in Akaris must agree, then we go into that. Talk to me, Honorable Great.
Yeah, basically, let's be real. You see, we say we want to fight corruption. That our colleagues here want to fight corruption. But when there are smokes of corruption and people who lead in the process are involved in it, we got to be very clear. We can mention our voice. The president has suspended people and submitted them to the LACC without investigation, just because of allegation against them. A public record. The president suspended people of agency and say, go to LACC for investigation. Why you suspended? They stay investigating people. So I could go there and stay under investigation. They stay under investigation by the LACC. They have not concluded to say go to court now. So what's the argument about the president waiting to suspend someone on the basis of key accusation? Who they renting for in a hotel currently? They're renting part of a hotel right near SKD. Soon you papa SKD, that place right in there. That Golden Hotel, right there. Soon cross SKD. Who is that person? What has been that person's relationship with the Unity Party? Then I where the Unity Party had a retreat the last time the youth were protesting. That the same building, the same person who has said that the place they spent $300 and some more thousand United States dollars. Mountain raised the issue of $311,000. Doesn't it worth investigation? Should he be there? Who owned the printing press? I just received a call. And we need to investigate it. Instead of printing press is owned by the MCC head, Sefa. That in-house trading. I'm just received a call from someone from the printing house. They said the printing house is owned by the Memorial City Mayor. That's in-house trading. Was there a contract? Let me read. People raise a lot of technical issues. You say you suspended what the money from LTA because there was no contract for the corporate social funds. So they remove him, they suspended him, they should be prosecuting him. That's the argument there. That he took the corporate social fund without any contract. They suspended that one. The other man printing, and that money they're talking about, mounting allegation is $9,800 United States monthly for billboards, including advertisement. It's not total $9,800. He said Monday. He used the word Monday. So those who are fighting corruption, When you bring politicians who had indifference to other people and people think that they want to be vindictive, can Martin explain in 6 months how he paid our bills? Saying you running behind people property and assets, in 6 months, the bills you pay. You can explain where you got the money for that unexplained wealth. Saying he himself on record talking about unexplained wealth. He said, poor guy property and other things that unexplained wealth. He has unexplained wealth in bed or horse in 6 months. That costs over 200 and some more thousand. And I said, every day you can say, I get bail for 200,000. Go to Clair Martin horse. Unexplained wealth. That the man you put over assets recovery. So if you clean the code for him, you're cleaning the code for him, and other people are. So let that dismantle selective justice. The day you dismantle selective justice, you're not hear me talking on the show again. But Clair Martin does not work being there. He conflicted, not only conflicted, he working with.
And I want to bring him, Mame. He was off. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want us to address the other folks here. Let me just rest on this, Mame. We can announce at the beginning of the whole asset recovery, when the first 300,000 came in, Uncle Sam, Clair Martin paid his own office rent fee. I don't know whether it was allowed. He paid rent fee because they were using his office. Clair Martin took money from the first 300,000 and paid rent. He rented from himself. And I just want to understand now whether this is legal. With everything that is happening, and these people are going to testify on that, because they are saying that, listen, Clair Martin took money and he paid his own office on 3rd Street, rent fee. I see you shaking your head, Councillor, but let's get to Abula Mame and we'll come back to you. Abula.
Before you pay rent, you must have an agreement. Before you pay rent for any facility, there has to be an agreement. I doubt whether the information you provided that he had rent agreement with the government to be able to pay a rent to himself.
I didn't tell you, Mame, that be exact. You always watch with your words. I said on the first 300,000, I didn't say Clair Martin get contract with government. I am saying to you that Clair Martin took money, and Clair Martin will have to speak on this. Okay? When they first took over, the government ordered finance ministry to give asset recovery $300,000 when they first took over off the bat. The finance ministry gave asset recovery $300,000. The fight is about the first $300,000, then we'll come to the $700,000. The issue is that Clair Martin used his office as an operations spot, and he demanded money to be given to him, and he considered that as a right. You may proceed, sir.
So I was not saying he has contract. I was only saying the procedure is before you pay rent, you must have a lease or contract. So I was technically like agreeing with you that before you can pay rent, before government can pay rent to any entity, there must be a contract or a lease on which government is paying rent. When the discussion was going on, I was hearing about selective justice, selective prosecution. And that's what I wanted to speak to. We always hear this word. I'm speaking to my Liberian people. We always hear the word selective justice every time there is persecution. Because no government in the world is able to take to court all the cases and investigation at once. So you will always hear the word selective justice. I can name you some cases that the Joseph Boakai administration has not taken. And if you consider that to be selective justice. So Akaras and the CDC people will only be naming cases on one side. So let me ask them too. What are the other cases you consider them to be selective justice? Akara reference Nuka pay money to Unity Party group, so they're not investigating it. Then is equal to selective justice. The other report of the central bank shows that central bank pay money to Youth for Weah. Joseph Boakai government is not prosecuting that case at this point. There's no prosecution of that case, Youth for Weah. Akara is not calling for that prosecution, and he's not describing it as selective justice. But yes, the government is not going there yet. The entire central bank report, my dear brother-in-law, Councillor Innis, is mentioned of receiving over $1 million in the name of going to deliver a service that the auditor said they saw no record of service. The government is not pursuing that case for now. It could be for different reasons. Maybe they're still putting all evidence or still investigating. I don't know. There are several other cases. You can come to what happening now in the Unity Party government and say, okay, during the administration time to take over, they took car from NASCOP. They're not investigating that. Akara will highlight that, but you will not highlight the report from Central Bank. So I'm saying this to say that don't be carried away when people say selective justice, because no government will take all the cases to court one time. It has to be one after the other. Some of the cases that are left behind are cases from George Weah administration. But Akara will not mention those cases. He will only mention inauguration car. But during that period of inauguration, it was the CDC government that approved the car. Grace Bay requested and they approved. The both of them are equally wrong. Grace Bay had no authority to be requesting vehicles when
let me ask you one question. All the people President Boakai has suspended administration. Who wanted them to carry the sole breach of the code?
When they suspend you,
yeah,
they suspend you because you are going to face investigation. After
no,
after the investigation, based on probable causes, there will be indictment. When there is an indictment, that when you go to court, Mary Bro and the rest of the other people that are going to court today, they have been under investigation for several months. But because they were not in government, like Kimiya and other people, he could not suspend them because they're not in government. They're going to court and solve this today because there has been an indictment. Those in government, there's no indictment on them. They suspend them while they go through the investigation. When there are probable cause, then they will indict them, then they will go to sub.
Just the simple process. Let me read it away. After 16 months in power, who they suspended, like President Boakai suspended like in court, 16 months in power. United Party President suspended in court.
I don't know of anybody that is in court. I don't know of anybody that is in court. I know of several people that are undergoing investigation.
Okay, thank you.
I also know that they're coming out. I also know that other reports that they brought from Ministry of State and listed several people in the other report from Weah administration. Boakai have not touched them.
From Central Bank administration. That was
from Central Bank. Boakai has not touched them.
So he paid them, right?
Okay. All right, guys. Let me progress. I beg. Let me move ahead. Great. Mommy, finish up. Then we'll move to Dr. Richard.
My last word on this is you will always hear selective justice all the time because no government can take all the cases to court at once. But it depends on who is saying selective justice. When CDC people saying selective justice, they will not be mentioning cases that involve their people. When United Party people be saying selective justice, they will not be saying cases that align with their people. So Liberian people, don't be carried away by selective justice. Let's pay attention to the cases in court.
Thank you. Let me ask this question while we go through. Councillor, before we get to Dr. Richardson, I want to ask you, Councillor, do you think it was necessary, you would help me legally, that without any court appearance today, like go and get bond whatsoever, these guys were just taken to jail, just immediately? The reason why I'm asking you, Councillor, we got Abdullah Kamara. Forever Abdullah Kamara been hanging around. They do have a still indictment on Abdullah Kamara. I know. I've seen the copy of it. We got Abdullah Kamara that will be going to court to testify. But he was suspended. There was no arrest to say we'll take you to jail. What's the positive and negative argument you put together here to help me understand why today D-Max Kamaya today, Mary Bro, today, Madam Sawyer, and the rest of them, were immediately taken to jail. And later on, I can say to you that Dimas Kamaya, Mary Bro, and Madam Sawyer, they were released because of Western God family and that of Nathaniel McGill. They stand up for them. And the other people, Mandina Wise and all of them, stand out, giving them 7 days to go back with the bond. If that were the case, couldn't they have done something differently? With this government trying to show strength, show force, and then to rest on a serious note, it's going to repeat itself again this week. They will bring in Joey Howard Taylor. They will bring in Fina Bondo. They're going to bring in Clair Weah. They're going to bring in Mawani Deeks. They're going to take them to jail. Talk to me, Councilor. Help me understand. Let me make this a conversation. Why send them directly to jail?
So let's look at the procedure first. When there is an indictment, that indictment is served with a copy of a writ of arrest from the court. So when a writ of arrest is served from the court, it means that the person is under the jurisdiction of the court. When the person is taken, the judge can order the clerk from wherever he is to do the commitment, and the person can go to jail immediately, straight. Today, we understand that there's an indictment. That's the process. There's nothing wrong about that. An indictment is accompanied with a writ of arrest that brings the party, the accused, under the jurisdiction of the court that issued the writ. So when the person gets to the court, they will each do the commitment for the person to go to prison. They have the other one that if the police conducts investigation and the police investigation, they will forward you to the magisterial court before the magistrate. And at that point, you can talk about bond and whatever. That's why you see people even today. I'm not sure whether those people were taken from where they were arrested straight to the prison. No, they were taken from where they were arrested to the court first before any commitment was prepared to send them to prison. So that is I don't see anything that was wrong with the end of the procedure today. That's the process.
Stand down. Let me ask a question, please. I beg you. The council.
Before you do that, let me bring it down to Richardson. Uncle Sam will come to you, please. Dr. Richardson, you want to comment?
Yeah, I was going to speak about selective justice. I think when someone says that because we have a lot of corruption cases in the country, selective justice is bound to occur. I disagree with that. When we speak about selective justice, we're speaking about applying the rule of law to people that we favor. Okay, it should be applied unequally. You shouldn't say the judge order this person to jail because the judge like this person or because the judge is this person belongs to another party. The law should be applied evenly, and that's what when we speak about selective justice, that's what I speak about. As it relates to Clair Martin, the optics, I believe someone said the optics, the perception is really important here. He may have allegations on him, but if his allegations are going to interfere with the manner in which people perceive trusting the system, okay, that's a big thing right now. We want to be able to trust the justice system. We want to be able to trust the credibility of the justice system. And if Clair Martin's optics or the way how people perceive him is going to interfere with that, then of course, he should consider doing what is best for the country and what is best for the justice system. So that's what I needed. I wanted to add to that.
So Stanton, can I ask my question, please?
I said I want to ask a question too, Stanton.
Okay, so let me ask my question. Counselor,
Yeah.
You've been around for a long time. Okay. I don't know the Liberian justice system, but I know the American justice system. Okay. Pastor Bob from Selective have been arrested for a charge in Atlanta I go to the court and the judge sends me home because what? They know where I live. They know that I have a house. They have a job. And I had a family that I was raising. I'm not going to run away. This woman, what they call Comfort Sawyer, First Lady, Mary Bro, D. Maxwell Kimaya, are those people looking like flight risk where you just take them to the court and you remand them into prison? Doesn't that look like a grievous act of meanness? Huh? Doesn't that look like a mean? There's something wrong with that. A former Sawyer's wife, for God's sake, and this amount is $400,000. That's why I said the automatic. It's not a whole lot of money. It'll be a whole lot of money in a very impoverished country, but with those people, they have assets substantially more than $400,000. Do you think it was good? It was right for the judge to just remand them to prison like that? I'm asking you, counselor.
So Hussein, there's something we call discretion. To release somebody on personal recognizance, it is at the discretion of the judge. If the judge decides not to use that discretion at the time, you cannot consider him to be whatever negative way you want to consider him. That's what the Constitution says. A person can be released on personal recognizance or by sufficient surety. So the judge may not be satisfied. What you think for you as an individual of a person, the court may not think of that person in that form and manner. So the court will decide to use the surety, portion of the bail. So, but then going to jail today doesn't mean that the judge he didn't act outside of the law. No.
Counselor, with all due respect, that's legal mumbo jumbo. Legal mumbo jumbo.
Counselor, let me say, counselor, according counselor now.
What I'm saying, I'm calling you, but I'm saying,
somebody is regardless of the status.
Guys, I have to mute you. I apologize.
It is the discretion of the court.
I apologize. Uncle Sam, I beg you, Uncle Sam, we have to move on. Let's go back road now. I beg you, Mommy, hold on 1 minute. Glenny, do you have a question or 30-second statement? I'm going to announce that we'll be bringing in Mommy Veronica Doe and her sister Cyril Doe to speak about what we are hearing concerning they're going to say this. They on Facebook saying, they just called me that Zoe Penno took the parents' remains, the parents' body, and moved it to Tucson to bury it unknown to them. The sister City Doe just called me and they want to appear on Spoon. We'll be bringing them on. So we have a quick switch. They are hosts, they are crying. I mean, I fed some of my jabs now. I said I just have to talk to them because they're crying. But let's hear you very quick. Question or answer, 30-second, guys. Go ahead. Okay.
I don't want to carry me. Okay. So for me, the 30-second was just on nobody supports selective justice. But I'm saying under no condition all cases can go. So I want to ask the people who go in with the selective justice theory. The other report on LTA implicated Kamara, Israel Akinsanya, Ewina Zakba, and the other commissioners. All four of them work on George Weah. Only Kamara is working on Bwaka. Bwaka has taken action only on Kamara. He has not taken action on any of the other commissioners. Except because he favored them and he doesn't favor Kamara. That's the reason why he hasn't taken action on them. I said no. I think the only reason he hasn't taken action on them is maybe based on what the investigators are providing. So you can't say because he took action on Kamara and has not taken action on all the other commissioners, so it means he's selective. He not let Kamara and he let those commissioners. I don't want to conclude with that type of thing. So that's why I'm saying you will always hear selective because there are processes involved, different actions taken at different times. And Kamara's situation is a good example. Nobody can say Bwaka hate Kamara and he loved the other commissioners.
That's why he
Let me take my 30 seconds. Yes. So, no, sorry, Dyke. But let me tell you something. Mommy just shot himself in the legs. The president immediately suspended people of tenure position and appointed Kamara. The LTA people, they had tenure position. That means they were still working on the President Boyka administration. They came into his administration. Tenure. Okay, the tenure didn't end. The president suspended every one of them, took them from the position. But he put Kamara there, that selective justice, because Kamara were in that report. Mommy, don't argue that. Don't find way.
No. Can you say that one more time? Great. Say that one more time. Great. Say that one more time.
Let me repeat.
Great. Repeat, please.
Let me repeat. I said in that report.
Which report?
The investigation that started on Israel and all those guys. And
the GSC report, yes.
Yeah, that led to suspension. Kamara was there. Okay? But the president appointed him and took the other people's job away from them.
So let me correct you though. Did the appointment come prior to the conclusion of the investigation?
To the what?
Did the appointment come prior to the appointment of Abdullah Kamara?
No.
Wait, so
no, let me answer, mommy. Wait.
I didn't get the question.
The appointment of Abdullah Kamara, the president appointed Abdullah Kamara prior to the investigation or after, before the investigation or after?
Stand on.
Just help me understand.
Let me repeat myself.
We heard you. Just answer the question.
Yeah. No, answer your question. So give me 30 seconds. You ask me a question in the 30 seconds. When the president took the job from Israel Akinsai and the rest of the people, the decision for the president to take the job from those people and appoint other people as acting were on the basis of the same allegation they had against Kamara.
Okay.
Let me repeat, and you know that very well.
That's why I want you to go deeper. Your question right.
The same allegation start on that they had on those people, Kamara were involved into that identical allegation, but yet the president maintained him there until there was pressure from your station, other areas, and all of those things. We saw it as.
Thank you very much. So you are saying that then Kamara name was in flag, was his name flag, that he's part of the corrupt indictment or the corrupt investigation.
The social corporate responsibility and all of those things.
I give it to you. Thank you very much. Let's go to Tama. Tama, good argument. Tama, let's hear you. We'll come down to you, Connor. Great. Let's go to Tama.
Yeah, thank you, Sinton.
I think you said something I agree with you. I got no argument. You are quite correct. Let me give it to you, Great.
I'm not arguing on that.
All right, great. I think you make a salient point. But here's my point here, right? I think at this point in our governance system and what is happening in today's government is that we have seen tangible efforts. And for me, this is not a way to back this government, but to see the results that are happening, that the Labrampo won in terms of rooting out corruption and combating corruption. I think, in past shows, we've argued that, people came from Lofa County and they were connected with the presidency or the president's office, so there was no action being taken against them. We have seen the suspension of the MCSS boss. And Stanton, we talked about MCSS on the show before. And my point was that he should be suspended and an investigation should be conducted and should be prosecuted. We have seen the suspension of the most recent deputy director and director general of the, the SCRA. And those are people who recently, in fact, got awards in the government to say, they are doing well and they are leading a good governance system in their own agencies. We have seen Abdullah Kamara of LTA, who has been indicted and he's been referred to the SCA for Labrador Anti-Corruption Commission for full investigation and to be prosecuted. And today we've seen that this fight against corruption now is targeting former government officials. Mirabro, I like Mirabro very well in terms of her own action and what she's done in Liberia over the last several years. But it is good that Mirabro is being indicted and our own brother Kimaya, for defrauding the Liberian government and the people of Liberia of over 29,000 or 28,000 bags of rice.
Allegedly,
Council, Mr. Jackson, allegedly. But there's what why I say this, Council, Mr. Jackson. I think this is a fight that is happening, and it's a fight in the right direction. Because for too long, people would think that when they are in government and they are connected, that they can use the system, the governance system, to defraud and get away with it. So look, we can go by and justify why this president do this, why we didn't do this at this time. But the time is always right to do the right thing.
Thank you.
We should encourage this fight. We should support this fight to end the culture of impunity in the society.
Talking about Agalas, Unity Party spokesperson.
Please, I'm not Unity Party, man. Please, Stanton.
But thank you very much. A lot of stuff at stake. I wanted to run through because about 20 after 7, I'm begging guys, we got to talk to some members of the Doe family concerning their parents, repositioning. They will be coming on. So let's try to close on this. But tomorrow is a big day. The expectation is high tomorrow. I really want to start with Colonel Gray. Let's talk about Clair Weah, which is important, a former First Lady. From there, we'll go to Dr. Boblet. I want us to put a message on this, right? What we receive and what we are hearing, they will persecute Clair Weah on the hope that school or whatsoever, you know it better. She's the former First Lady, the wife of former President George Manuel Weah. George Manuel Weah is trembling. George Manuel Weah, the former president, he's confused. He's disturbed. What are they coming after my wife? And these are the questions the Liberian people want to know. What was the money given for? Why? Who gave the money? Was the money given to Clair Weah for a private initiative, or was it a government money given to the Republic of Liberia, and then Clair Weah took it to do the City of Hope? Let's hear you. If they would they arrest Clair Weah? Will she be taken to South Beach this week, next week? Do you think something going to happen? This is a big one. The former First Lady, let's hear you.
Stanton, in our mind's eye, we still consider Liberia to be a country of men or people and not of law. So some people will be seen to be too big to handle. That's why you see some people will say, Amos Sawyer's wife. You understand? Clair Weah. Go to South Korea. There was a sitting president who was charged with corruption and sent to jail. That's a country of law. That's where we're trying to strive toward. Right now, certain people say, oh, you can't do it. Look, in a country of impunity, we feel that everything that is obtaining is the work of the president. To decide who goes to South Beach is a judicial matter. It's left with the judge based on discretion. So if they send somebody there, it's not because Joseph Boyka has said send them there. The judge reach a discretion that this person is of certain flight risk, so therefore they're going. Or maybe other insinuating circumstance. So when it comes to Clair Weah, if she's guilty, this rope is getting longer and longer. It's pulling more bushes closer. And I think they should watch her. Maybe she will soon escape to Jamaica. Near exit Republica should start, becoming a tool where people who have done wrong, when they're under investigation.
Clair going to escape?
Oh, Clair can escape in a second. Don't forget, she came there. She came there. Don't forget. Don't forget now.
I'll put you in the back. We got to protect each other. Begging you. I know this will be very. But
anybody wants to talk about literature, let them talk. Some of them are claiming to be researcher. Sam Jackson wrote a book.
Colonel Gray, let's keep focus. I beg you, my friend. Let's just keep on the topic.
All right, let me say this. Stanton.
Do you think Clair Weah are supposed to escape?
Oh, she could escape in a heartbeat. Don't forget, she came to Liberia because her husband was president, and for the same purpose, to enrich herself. Now it's time to go after her. If she never did anything illegally, go after her.
Don't say
You understand? Yeah, just go after her. Man, Kara's good. Observe the show. You're not
we
you're not
got to.
the moderator.
Listen, guys, we'll put some names up because this is happening. But we're begging you, no interruption. We're going to go to Dr. Boblet, Uncle Sam, and then we're going to work our way around to our sisters, Glendy and Dr. Francine. Maybe you'll be last on this one. Akaris will have to speak, but I beg you guys, no interruption. Dr. Boblet, now it's knocking on to the immediate former First Lady, Clair Weah. What I received today, what I heard today, yes, indeed, the city of hope in Buchanan, as a recovery is after it, Clair Weah is in question.
I think the lawyers would tell us that, law is not emotion, it is reason. And in its best form, it is color blind, people blind, or however you want to call it. The point I want to simply make is let's not focus on the personality, even though it will make the headline. If Mayana Will Mapu was perceived to do something wrong, or the investigator them, they will go and do the same thing they're doing to other people. Fortunately, with them, they will make the headlines. All I'm saying is let the government do its work. Let the system work. We just insist on fairness, transparency in the process, and let the law do its work. So, do I want former First Lady to be called a man? Absolutely not. People who served, in high
Do you
places.
think that you get a special treatment? Do you think instead of taking her to South Beach, they might make some arrangement now? They should inform her that we're coming after you. Because she was questioned like Joe Howard Taylor. The send correspondent. Do you? My concern is she's not above the law now. But if you know you're going to go for her, should there be any respect here, or they will just grab her, take her to the court? The judge said, let's say I'm not in office, chief clerk, senior clerk, mini clerk, send her to South Beach.
Stanton, people with means always utilize them. And Councilor Gould will tell you. So I'm more concerned with people who don't have means. People with means will always utilize their resources. So if you go after former First Lady, whatever, they'll utilize the resources. The key is that things must be done decently, in order, and fairly and transparently. That's all. But we should not begin to become apathetic about the fight against corruption and wrongdoing, because it will keep us in this mud of mediocrity, grossly underdeveloped, and we have ourselves to blame. Public service, I always say, is a high calling. You're not the smartest person, the best person, but you are the person for this season. Do well by the people. Period.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Listen, it just means that I put passion, I put emotion, I put sympathy, empathy, I put everything into it, because this too comes with entertainment. Thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. On Samuel Jackson, under the Honorable Samuel Jackson.
Look, let me speak very slowly so you can understand. And sometimes I speak with a lot of passion. It may enrage you and may not understand what I'm saying. So let me speak like an intelligent man that I am. Okay. When a first lady or other people who have achieved that level in the society, they are not treated as common criminals who, in terms of the probability of escaping, and for somebody to say on this that Clair Weah, whose son plays for Juventus, making millions of dollars, is going to escape Liberia because of allegations amounting to $500,000 that can be easily paid, to me, this is disingenuous, this is mean, and this is not part of the body politic in Liberia that we're trying to do. Let me explain something to you. All of the court cases today, right? The Leonard Counselor said it is a judge's discretion to let him to go home. How did the judge's discretion change in 4 or 5 hours to allow them to go home with professional surety when he didn't do it 4 hours before? Yeah, answer the question. Did he have that option to let him go home 4 hours earlier? He chose not to exercise that option, but to take them to prison and then to exercise that option. Clearly, it's devious. It's mean-spirited. Don't come out here and pretend there's a degree of social equity here when the decision that could have been made 4 hours earlier was made after the people have gone to jail. They have been disgraced, working as common criminals. This is not the country that we want, my people. Because of politics, don't do this. You will not be in power forever. One of these days, you will be out of power too. And you will want to be accorded some degree of dignity because you have acquired a resetting level in the country. I expect that I will be treated differently than a common criminal in Liberia because of what I've achieved for myself. Thank you very much.
Oh. So because you achieve wealth, because you achieve riches, because you achieve fame.
And I'm not going to run away from Liberia.
Education,
I will not run away.
You should be treated
a man who living in a room, 10 room, he will run away. But I will not run away. Clearly.
Okay. So the issue
that's how justice is done.
Let me go to Dr. Richardson real quick, and we'll come to our sister Gladys. Dr. Richardson, this is a big one, and the reason why I'm repeating myself here is that this is Clair Weah. And I know the former president is seriously concerned. Now it's knocking onto the bedroom door that his wealth, everything I have seen, everything I have heard, that mama, we're back and forth fighting on the phone today. I was pushing, he was pushing. He was saying when we are on the show tonight, if Clair Weah is going down, Joel Howard Taylor, the source of information that she received the rest, she distributed the rest. Joel Howard Taylor will probably be arrested. That was just tell you. I want to say something here, but tell you.
You know, so somebody said that our country is a country that have been known for, being a country of men as opposed to the country of the rule of law. Somebody said that earlier. And this is why we have to be very careful. When I push for justice as opposed to selective justice, I'm calling for us dotting our I's and crossing our T's, making sure that we're not relying too much on the discretion of men, because like somebody pointed out, the discretion of men can change according to, how he feels. It's a choice issue. When I'm using my discretion, it's my choice. Okay. So we should be able to say, I'm using my discretion, explain to Liberian people why you're using your discretion, especially during this time. So all I'm asking is we need to strengthen the Justice Department. I don't care what political party you're in. I don't care who wife you are. I don't care, who your friendship, whether you came from Lofa County or not. I do not care. I want justice to prevail. That's all I want in our country. I also wanted to speak about how people are saying now, okay, it's okay for us to arrest certain people, and it's not okay for us to arrest another group of people. So it's favoritism. That's what it is. It's favoritism. If we're arresting one group of people and not another group of people, we need to stick firm to the law. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. If you say, I'm going to arrest Mary Brown today, you arrest her and you tell her what she's charged with. You tell the Liberian people, you make it known, you are transparent to the Liberian people. But we can't be doing backdoor things, going to supply the money. I mean, sometimes you have to do some of those things, but we can't be doing those things unknown to people, doing backdoors, arrests, and coming to the public. And then somebody hiding themselves in their office until they take the people to Southbridge and bring them back. And all of those things, that's not necessary. Just be honest, fair, open, and transparent with the Liberian people. Speak to the people. Don't act like you don't know what's happening. When was the last time someone from the Justice Department or our president told us what's going on in our country? We just work out in the morning, we get people arrested. Okay? Sometimes you have to do these things.
Thank you.
But sometimes you have to speak to the Liberian people. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Sis Glennie, let's hear you.
So I want to say that the common cliche that is around is the law is the law. If people are being accused, if there are allegations, the process needs to be followed. The suggestion that there's a difference when it comes to cases as it relates to who is arrested, who is not arrested, that's not my decision. Whatever the
Not
law
about who's
requires,
arrested, but who's granted bail.
whatever the law requires, whatever the law requires,
granted
is
bail.
what should be followed. Whatever the law requires should be followed, regardless of who you are.
Exactly.
That's my position. I also want to say today is the anniversary of former President Weah and his wife, 32 years of marriage. I want to wish them a happy wedding anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to go straight to you, Honorable Gray. Talk to us. We see that Celia Doe is on. We'll bring her on after Honorable Gray. We'll go to Abdullah Mame. Again, we'll continue this story because we have more information on those documents I requested through the Internal Affairs Ministry, GSC, and all those letters that came in requested for rights. Now, here's the issue though. One is Thomas Fala, because the same rest issue, Thomas Fala had a lot of them in Lofa during the election. What's going on with that? I mean, who gave the rest to Thomas Fala? You will explain that. We have the document likewise. But again, after Akari's group, we'll go to Mame, then we'll bring in Silo Do Adu that will talk about what took place today with the father and mother's remains. Akari's group.
Yes, no, let's not on Gray accusing people that they will escape the country, that they came to the country because their husband became president or enriched themselves. There's a fellow who says on the show and said nobody should be accusing people of such. Just a few days ago. But he fasts. So just look at someone said they came to the country to enrich themselves when the husband became president. And then the huge looting massacre for war crimes that Congress should be prosecuted. He was AFL soldier. They factionalized the AFL when they signed that document in Accra. That popular record, people got killed. People have not forgotten that. So Congress ran away because of war crimes code when he took the people laptop from here, when he had that contract. He took government laptop, that government property, the assets recovery. We should be talking about that. I don't believe that he will arrest the former first lady. I don't believe so. So, I don't really want to dignify it because if that Hope Foundation, that's not your government money. So that when you can go check it, I heard the subpoena document from Ministry of Finance, which is good. It's good for them to subpoena all the document from Ministry of Finance and see whether that the government money should spend on Hope Foundation. Okay? But when we talk about selective justice, I want to go back to what Dr. Richardson said. Look, gentlemen, let's be real. Let's face the intellectual depths of wisdom, the depths of judgment, fair play. 16 months, the speed of investigation and concluded on CDC officials, former officials. They're not all investigation to say that CDC government investigator or GSC report from CDC government that they're acting on. In 16 months, or little over 16 months, this government investigated cases. In all the cases, they concluded and sent to court the former government officials. Is that not selective justice? We just had a classic example of the LTA situation while the other people were suspended on an audit report that indicated even the guy that was appointed at the LTA. We just gave a classic example. When we talk about selective justice, we are talking about why are you speeding all other people investigation in 16 months and you play hanky-panky with your own. And you only suspending them. And somebody say, we shouldn't say selective justice. That is unfair. That's what we come from. When the president of the Bureau in conclusion says, and they take money from NASCO and say that CDC town or in government, so they took the money from NASCO, so they shouldn't take action. All the accusation against CDC town, the accusation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We gotta go. Mama, take us home on this. We got Silo Do Adu in the back. We'll bring them on for short time to listen to their story. Mama.
Yeah, I mean, selective justice is not anything we call for. We call for holistic justice. Government must go behind everybody, but we acknowledge everybody will not go to the court at the same time. When Akara is calling about listing cases that have not gone to court, he's not calling central bank. Why is he not calling central bank? He should be calling central bank case. He should be calling Ministry of State case. He should be calling other cases at the Ministry of Finance. The other report that indicted, the investigation report that indicted Samuel Twe and other report from the Ministry of Finance is not only Samuel Twe. There are other investigations that came up from Ministry of Finance, and they have not gone after those people. So it's just wrong to just make those type of conclusions. But on Clair Weah, when President Weah took over, I knew Clair Weah was going to be doing this. I recommended to friends, are on record, establish an office of the First Lady and make sure it accounts on where it receives money and how it implement project. Nobody listening. President Weah and President Walker became president. We are also saying, President Walker, formalize this office, make it accountable. Otherwise, everything you get today, every project Ente Katumu is implementing, there will always be suspicion on where she's getting the money from. Because before you became president, she was not doing it. So now that you're president and she's doing it, it raised suspicion on where you're getting the money from to give it to her. That is what following Clair Weah today. Before George Weah became president, she was not doing what she's doing today, even though her son was playing football for PSG and other teams. When George Weah became president, that's how she started doing all these things. So it raises suspicion on where she took the money from. And if the government has good reason to investigate, let them investigate her. The only point I will make to President Bouaka and the people who are advising him, correct the mistake. Establish the office because the name First Lady is an asset of the state. Without it, you cannot raise the money you're raising. So therefore, when you raise money in the name of First Lady, it becomes a state property. So formalize that office. And
thank you very much.
Is doing true.
I mean, your argument holds water. Your argument is great. Again, we'll continue with the story on Samuel Twe. The reason why they're going to arrest Samuel Twe, listen, that's different from the FIA, but what we are hearing is so huge, my people. So again, we will tell you about some money issue that took place during the COVID time. We have that information. Mawani Dis, like I said, the former Commerce Minister, come back tomorrow on the story. But I'm glad we are again finna bundle, you know, the story of us, Grace Ryan, Madam former Vice President Joe Howard Taylor, and the list goes on. Vami Salih, Internal Prime Minister, man. Again, it goes on. This is President Bouaka government without boundary. You know, this is Medicine Sans Frontières, right? This is JMB Sans Frontières. I don't know how it is. Maybe that in French I'm speaking here, but it got JMB got no boundary. You can be his mom, his pa, his sister, his brother.
I can say JMB no boundary EGC.
That's it. So now,
no, that's not true. That's not true.
I really don't eat grasshopper, so that's okay. I'm gonna bring in Silly.
Well, stand up before you do that. I just want to say that I'm looking forward to hearing about this case, this rice case. I'm looking forward to hearing how the government going to prove that Mirabra, Kamaya, and all of those people defrauded the government by using and distributing rice illegally or taking the rice for their own good.
I'm saying that you read that Richard saying, my member said an argument today. We got a bunch of documents that we're going over. And Mami were able to convince me, Stanton, they have proved themselves that these rice were distributed. We start counting. They went to McGibby. They went to Grand Bassett. They went to Kipma. They were counting all the rice distribution. They went to even Lofa with the one that Thomas Father took there. Then I said, but what's the problem here? Then my member was standing, look on page 13, look on this. Then I said, okay, but what to do it more? Because it's a huge document. I don't know. I'm not saying don't persecute them, but I'm saying how. Now we talk about fufu and soup coming in too. They'll persecute people for fufu and soup. Don't go and all. So we got to go to leadership in the back.
How will they recover assets?
Okay.
How will they recover assets?
I'm gonna keep Fubi on because Fubi didn't talk Fubi. I'm so sorry. Let's hear you very quick before we bring in the Doe family.
Yeah, so like Mama said, when you a certain position you hold, you're definitely going to attract goodwill for the country and in the name of that position. And additionally, there was a budget line for the first lady in the budget, which was the first time I think it happened in Liberian history, where they gave the first lady
Which
money in the
first
budget.
lady? Clair Weah or Kotuma? Which
Clair
one?
Weah. Clair Weah.
For
Yeah, so all of those,
700,000, right?
no, I'm talking more than that. So all of those kind of stuff will raise concern, and people will start pointing fingers, and people will start watching. So I know, wherever the case is, there should be no sacred cow in our whole politics and justice system. And I'm not saying you can grab her and take her to jail, because there are remedies under the law to prevent her from going to jail. They can file the ref and other stuff. But investigation is not something that we should kick against. Even you in America, you saw the investigated Trump. He was taken to court several times, and at some point, the general is saying,
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to bring in.
Nicolas Sarkozy,
Fubi, thank you very much. Fubi, thank you very much. I beg to bring in Siludo. Welcome to the show.
I'll see you guys later, okay? Just goodbye.
Thank you.
I gotta do some stuff. I'll talk to you later. How you doing?
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Welcome to the show, Siludo, and I know we'll be bringing your brother on shortly. It's good to have you. Forgive me if I'm not pronouncing your name the right way. I would just say Mother Ado. That would be better. But welcome to the show. I'll bring your brother in shortly. You called me today, and you want to speak. You want to address some issue. Now you are on Spoon. Welcome.
Thank you, Stan. I just want to apologize for my voice. It's been a long, exhausting month, even more exhausting week. I arrived in Liberia, in Monrovia, less than a week ago, last week Friday, with my brother, Sam Kado Jr. was on the same flight, and my brother Matthew Doe was on that flight. And since, coming in the country, it's been a lot of activities and preparation leading up to our father's reburial and the funeral for Madame Nancy Doe, her mother. So it's a lot. I reached out to you. I know we've spoken in the past, not too long ago, as things were unfolding with my family, and it was getting really nasty. I'm someone who is, very diplomatic and
We have a problem there with you. I'm sorry. I know that you host because you've been going through a lot. So I'm going to hold you there, and then maybe your brother will come in. I want you to raise your voice a little bit, then you can just be pointed with the answer when we come to you. Yes, indeed, I spoke to your sister, but can you introduce yourself to us, and welcome to the show?
Thank you for having me. My name is Cooley Teddy, as I'm known, Kimba. I am one of the sons of the late president, and I speak on behalf today of the Samuel Kado Legacy Foundation here in the United States, in the Washington, D.C. area. Speak on behalf of my 12 siblings that are here in the States. So that's the first president I wanted to send. We've been watching from afar as these events have transpired in Liberia, and I understand that our older siblings, Veronica and maybe Samuel, have sort of been the face of what's transpired over the last couple of weeks. However, I just wanted to make that clear that there are other siblings who are here. We've established ourselves in all areas of American government. I myself work for the federal government. We have individuals who work for other sectors of the government, defense, have individuals who are medical doctors. So there are other children who are here, and we have collaborated. We are together. We have a foundation. We have a lot of things that we have in store for Grand Jita, for Liberia as a whole. So I applaud. I thank you for this opportunity to talk about the issues at hand.
Thank you very much to you. Thank you to your sister, and thank God for the team that have, stayed with us to hear you all. Again, our sympathy to you, like we told your sister Veronica, the entire family. It's a great program going on, by the way. And this network honor your family, especially. And in respect to your dad and your mother, we want to say thank you very much for joining us. Now, let's get into it. What transpired today in Grand Jide? Because you called me, Silo. If you just do it word by word, one, and we'll understand you better.
You muted. You muted.
Your phone is muted.
Yes. Can you unmute, please? Thank you.
Okay. So since I sound so horrible, I have my little sister right here. Come closer, Tia. Her name is Tia. Tia Doe. Good evening, everybody.
Good.
Can you see me?
Yes, you're on
What
camera. Thank
transpired
you very
today?
much.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking our call because it's something that can no longer be hidden. Obviously, the public knows about our family affairs, and we can no longer continue playing diplomacy while things are getting out of hand. Today, in the shortest way I can tell it, we arrived in Tucson last night. We cleaned the house, we prepped it, anticipating that our father's remains would come and his people will see him, pray with him, release a new blessing, a final blessing, I should say. And then they will proceed with the schedule. However, I myself and the entire elders that are in the city, along with young people, we're here since 6 a.m. fully dressed. 8 a.m. we got calls that the remains have passed, that they're not coming here. It was the most disrespectful thing anyone could do to a leader. Talk us of a father. The Bible said that honor thy mother and thy father so thy days may be long. And I made mention to the elders, Eskedi is not just a father. He was the father of a nation. He was a king. And he must be honored as such. After 35 years of agony, not only within the family, but within the land, where his blood cries among his people, where thousands of his people are still questioning what happened to his remains. We are now being given a privilege to say goodbye officially. And now we're being robbed of the privilege of doing that. I personally was part of the convoy. When I left the house, after I saw how the elders looked at us and they felt disrespected and cheated out of the opportunity to see their own brother, their own son, with tears in the women's eyes, in the children's eyes, in the elders' eyes, my brother and I jumped in a car. We went to ask questions. I've worked in the diplomatic arena for the last 7 years of my life. So I understand diplomacy and its place in society. However, desperate time calls for desperate action. And today, we needed to take some footsteps of our father. The African man must be corrected the African way at times. We went and asked questions to our elders. In fact, I asked respectfully, what happened? Why no one stopped to acknowledge, to pay harm as planned? Several news came. According to them, various allegations started rising about different issues that were going on, and they didn't feel safe to come into Tucson. So they proceeded without a call, without sending a message into the town to tell the people of Samuel Kenyado that his remains will not come.
with utter disrespect. I was provoked. I'm the last seed. But today I felt like it was my time to speak. My elders have spoken. They have tried all they could over the years. When we tried to have these conversations today, nothing worked. No valid answers. I said, okay, who's in charge? They pointed Uncle Isaac, Mr. Isaac, Brother Isaac, our elder. They are in charge. Okay, I walked up to them, respectively, as always. What happened? This is not a war. All we want is answers. All we want is to be involved in this process. Then the same answer. He got different calls that they should not come about whatever embargo that was set out. Again, allegedly, because there weren't any evidence since I was here, since morning. We proceeded. We walked along with the corpse. We cried our cries. We joined the elders. We joined the women that were with us. But nothing felt right. When we passed our father's second home, I was provoked even more. Because the least you can do is allow the people to cry and pay their respect in his home. I proceeded to the front with my brother and an elder. We said, no, this body needs to go back home. That's all we want. Go home, follow the procedures. Let's go home. We'll pray on him, and you can take him. He belongs to the people. SKD does not belong to us alone. He belongs to the land. He belongs to everybody. So let us do what is right, according to spiritual protocol. Because if we all can remember, this reburial came with specific instructions. The Pope saw a revelation and made mention to the president. So it wasn't just an idea that sparked us. It wasn't just a desire. For a proper terminology, it was a prophecy given to honor Samuel Kenyado and President Tolbert.
Okay, because we're going to give you guys 30 minutes, so we got 11 minutes left. Sorry, I really want to know more about your story. Allow us to ask you some questions. How was it concluded? And again, can you please introduce yourself, your name and where you're from? So let me just ask your sister for her full name and where's she from? We just want to know. You people are asking, is this another daughter? And we just want to be clear. What's your name and where are you from? Which country are you from?
My name is Tia Knox-Doe.
Tia?
I am born by, yes. I am born by a beautiful princess from Sierra Leone.
Okay.
My father came to Sierra Leone and married my mother. The Madingo woman, Soso woman he fell in love with. I'm the prize that came out of that union.
Thank you very much. So talk to us about the conclusion here before the rest of the team asks you and your siblings question. Is it resolved?
Hi, Stanton. I'm trying my best, okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Stanton, so this evening, the President Boycott got involved. President Boycott made an order to have the remains of President Samuel Kayando come and bid farewell to his hometown. It was ordered this evening around 8:30, 9 o'clock. The people in Tucson started to jubilate because they were robbed of that opportunity earlier today. However, other family members at the wake in Swedru blocked the AFL soldiers and other people from bringing the casket carrying President Joe. And it's being put out there, nothing but lies, that the people from Zolpenu, the name Zolpenu that they love to throw around and say is doing some evil ritual thing. No, tell the truth to the people. Tuzo was bypassed on purpose by direction of Isaac Niabo and Mamito for allegedly claiming that there was going to be something bad or ritualistic happening when they come into Tucson. That was all false. We were here since early this morning. We all came here to be with the people of Tucson. My father's sisters are here. All his relatives are here. Everybody, the town was jubilated, waiting. Every town from Monrovia County has stopped in Bone County, stopped in Limba, stopped in all the towns leading up from the Sestos River when you cross into Grange. I mean, beautifully done. How does it sound that every single town in Grange that was hit, except for the town that the man is from? It makes no sense. And that's why we're asking, please, let the people have the right to say farewell. No one's doing anything evil. Like
So
it's
that
being
was done, right?
pledged.
So that was done, right? Sorry to interrupt you. That was done. Now they brought the body back to Tucson, right?
They brought it back.
Well, you said the
It's
president gave
11.
order. You said the president gave order, right?
Exactly. The president gave an order that was not adhered to because Mamito, Bonito, Chioto, they have blocked the floats laying on the ground. So now, Stanton, it's you against me. You're against the people who supporting the floats coming, carrying Samagando to hit people.
Let me bring in the rest of the panelists. Let me understand on this last question before Dr. Richardson come in. So President Barker asked the family to take the body, to take the remains to Tucson, just to be clear. Then you are saying, no, the block, somebody stopped that order, right? So right now, where is the body? Right now, where is the remain?
In Swedru at the Albert T. White or Wayne City Sports.
Who's controlling the program in Swedru right now?
Who's controlling the program? Isaac Niabo and Mamito.
Okay. So because we also heard on social media, that Zopeno took the body or the remains and buried it. Is that true?
That's what we're dangerous, Stanton. What's been going on here today? Because we have kept quiet. We've been waiting patiently. I told you, Stanton, now was going to come on. As a diplomat, I've been trying to be so exercise great restraint out of respect for my father and laying to rest of her mother. I didn't want to come and speak on these issues. The government of Liberia has been working so hard with us. We want to do this in the most.
Let's get Dr. Richardson to comment, Salute, then we'll bring your brother in. Because now we understand folks are sending me messages that the body is in Zoju, you said it right, but then who actually running the show? Mami Do and Ambassador Ase Yamblo. Dr. Richardson, Honorable Gray, Honorable Gray, and then we'll bring in our the son of Kula, Kimba. What is your last name? Kimba? Kimbe? Kimba? Why?
Kimba. My mother's last name is Kimba, from Lofa County.
Oh, so you took your mother's last name.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Richardson?
I'm sorry to the family, to the Dole's family, and my condolences go out to Liberians as well. I'm going through a range of emotions right now as I'm hearing this and recollecting the Dole's era in Liberia. I have a question, and forgive me if I sound ignorant. I'm thinking that this whole situation with your family just emphasized the importance of marriage to me. So I don't know if you guys can help me understand who is supposed to make decisions for parents when they pass away. Is it a which is it the children, or is it the married the children born in the marriage, or all children? That's what I'm trying to figure, and that's what I'm thinking about. So maybe you guys can help me understand, how did we we get here? Um, can you guys help me? Because it sounds someone's blaming Mommy Doe, and what we understand that Mommy Doe was when Doe came to power, that's the wife he's introduced to us. And she said it was her mother, because I'm hearing Cooley said his mother was a Kimba, and I just met you, so I'm trying to figure out the puzzle if you also Nancy's Doe's daughter. So I'm trying to help me understand who is supposed to make the decision for the death of the parents.
Teddy, is that a question for the panel in terms of
Anyone can
what it is?
anyone can answer it. This would just be an educational moment for me.
Well, if I can briefly speak on this, without getting too deep in the weeds. If there is a marriage between an individual, this law goes across any I believe any jurisdiction, regardless of what country you're in. If there's a marriage certificate and you can prove that you are married to an individual, obviously the rights to attorney or whatever goes to that.
I just want to correct you. Liberia has two types of laws. There's tribal laws and there's also constitutional laws. So just to let you know.
Okay. Well, if you can prove the legal law and the tribal law, either one. Mm-hmm. But if you can't prove either one, then, and again, I don't want to get down and dirty, or throw out any dirty laundry. I'll just answer it like this, and you can sort of read between the lines. Okay. We all have equal rights. Every single child that has the Doe DNA. There is no legitimate. There is no illegitimate. The legitimate, obviously, are individuals who share the DNA. And we'll keep it as that. If you have any legal documents stating such, any tribal records stating such, please bring that to the forefront. If there are no such documents, if there are no witnesses to either one of those laws, everybody is equal. My point, the only thing that I kind of want to convey today is that there are children who are known by the people in his county. There are children who are known abroad here, and we are one solid body. There's 12 of us that are here. We have a foundation, and we are looking. We want to establish. I've spoken with I met with the president this week. I met with the secretary of education this week. Our goal is to establish that relationship, that this is the point of contact when you want to talk to the estate or want to. I'm trying to be as diplomatic and as possible with my wording here, but the representation that has been put out there these last couple of weeks is not something I believe that my father would be proud of. It's embarrassing. It's one of the reasons us on this side stay silent. A lot of us hold government clearances. We have a lot of things going on, and we are embarrassed. So it has gotten to a boiling point where we have decided that enough is enough, and let's start taking steps to honor his legacy and stop this clown show that we are witnessing. This was supposed to be a joyous celebration, a moment of closure for the country, an opportunity to reconcile, an opportunity to really bring the country together, like the other Western African countries that are developing and flourishing. And for it to happen like this, I'm saddened, I'm disgusted, I'm embarrassed to even be on the show. My sister wanted me to join this show a couple of weeks ago. I said, see, well, I don't even want to do this. It's disheartening. But after the events of today, I was left with no choice but to speak my piece and say that we are here and our voice will be heard in the coming weeks, in the coming days. There's going to be a lot more emotion. So that's.
I just have to. I just want to make you guys both educated us on a good matter, especially Liberian government. We accepted Nancy Doe as what you said to us, and you are now raising another question in terms of proving documents. That's all I wanted to raise. For me, I think Liberians just need to know. Silu, your sister said Mommy Doe stopped her father's body from going to two zone. And I just wanted to know who makes that decision. Is it in the confine of Mommy Do? Is it in her rights or is it in your rights? But it's not here nor there, and we should try to extend this whole conversation into something else. But you raise a good point for the Liberian government. Before we start accepting first ladies, we should make sure that we have documentation to whether it's constitutional or traditional, and that's the point that you're raising. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to, I beg you, allow us. Are you in the Washington, D.C. area? Is that where you're from? Cooley?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're going to hear from you. I just want to give the guys a chance because we're patiently waiting to hear more. I'm going to go to Akaris Gray, Mambe, Conor Gray, and Tamba. I really want to appreciate the story. A lot of people follow you guys because it is interesting. It is about our former president and former first lady. Now we got to discuss this, and if we don't have sufficient of time, come back again tomorrow that we can discuss. I'm Akaris. Let's hear you, bro.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson struck a little point, and that's where I wanted to hang on for the second point. We have customary laws in Liberia. That is the tradition. Once a man gets married customarily, he can take as many wives as he so desires. That's the law. So you don't even know that when someone bring a quota and they dowry you, there's a ruling by Dora Moses Scott interpretation that dowry is marriage. So that when you're doing the church, that flow show, the first marriage is recognized. But it means customarily, traditionally, if you marry, you can take many, uncountable. So maybe that's the situation that some of the family members or the family members find themselves in. I mean, I don't know whether they did the Western or customary. I was just trying to put that point. But the next thing here is that there's an African adage, and especially being a president or leader, traditions are meant to be obeyed and executed. There's an adage. I'm a former lawmaker. I know sometimes we don't become property. I mean, you receive property of your wife, but technically she has to obey tradition because you serve the country, you serve the people. Look at Prince Johnson, for example. I want to give an example. So the ritual that was performed by Koga, the family had no choice. They had to do what tradition demanded because these leaders they have origin from tradition. They serve the people. So the people make demand, your hometown, two zone. I'm not going into the family issues, but I think fair enough that the tradition should be obeyed. But I don't know for what. I can understand the situation. I don't want to melt into it. I wish you people well. My sympathy to you people. I hope you gave your father a befitting burial and that of your mother. You people are one, and I hope this family can resolve the situation. That's my greatest wish.
Thank you very much, Mama. Let's hear you. We'll go to Corner Gray and Tama. You're muted, Mama.
Well, I was saying, yeah, Clue, good to see you. My sympathy for the loss and all the emotions people are going through. I just wish you all can be strong and move forward in unity. I know the emotions you people are going through don't want to be had, but I will ask a question. I had a friend who went to school together. She's from Zimbabwe. Her father is a very popular man, integrated. He was integrated into everything there. I call him in. But she was not recognized as one of the daughters. She's well to do through her uncle. Her father invested a lot in her. She got a lot of money. But every time she would tell me, the only thing I want is I want that recognition in Zimbabwe that I'm the daughter of. I wouldn't call it me. She got money. The man no longer living, but that's all she says she wants. She flies to the US. We went to school together. She flies to the US. She go all around. Is that similar situation you're going through, or is it something different? I mean, it's the both of you. The person with the best voice can answer because I know you came together as a team. I just want to understand, what is that a state of mind? Is that why you're pursuing? And then we can talk more about it.
Silu, I'm going to speak really quick, Silu, and I'll let you go. I know Silu is chomping at the bit to answer this question. Thank you for sharing that story. However, absolutely not the case with us. We are all recognized, maybe not publicly or nationwide, but those who know anything about my father, they know Silu, they know me. We have pictures together, many pictures. So notoriety is definitely not something that we are looking for. I have my father's a love letter that he wrote to my mom that's right here, that's framed in the back. We're not looking for notoriety at all. At all. We know who we are. We're comfortable in our own skin. The Most High has blessed us for each one of us to be successful in our own arenas. What we're looking for is we want to make sure that our father's legacy is in a good light. I said we've been backstage. We haven't been public. We haven't been posting a lot of different things because out of respect, we let things play out because we're not after limelight. We're not after light. But when things start getting murky and dirty like this, we have no choice but to say, hey, this is not this guy's legacy. He has children who are extremely successful, who are doing the right thing, and who've put things in motion to give back to Liberia. I'm going to say something really quick. We've started initiatives. We're going to, I claim it, we're going to build a library in his honor in Grandita. Those are some of the things that we're working on. So that's how we want to honor his legacy. We're not looking for notoriety or fame. We're comfortable in our own skin. God has been good to us. We want to give back to the country. That's the best way we feel that we can honor him. Not by saying, hey, I'm his son. I'm his son. No, let's give back to the country so they can say, oh, okay, well, this guy's, So, Silu.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, just like my brother said, we're not looking for notoriety. We've been doing things in honor of our father long time ago. The whole world know that Teddy was Samuel Kando's child. He was Samuel Kando's daughter. I grew up with my father in the mansion. No one is trying to beat their chest and say, I am Isacha or I am Osacha. That Isa Osa thing is played out, Samuel Kando loved his children. Samuel Kando on record has 32 children. 32. I personally feel like it's more. I think right now we were moved to come on the show because of the incident that happened today. That was so grossly disrespectful to the people of Tucson, Grandita County, a town that this man was so proud to belong to. people who loved him. And we were so hurt to see our elders, to see my sisters, my aunties crying. It was heartbreaking. Why would someone decide that it was in the best interest to take this man that is taking 35 years to have a resting place, not his final farewell, drive around the town, the motorcade, and people just jubilate? Why would somebody in their right frame of mind think that was okay to do? That's number one, Stanton. But what you guys are not privy to is that a lot has gone wrong with this process, this entire process, but we swallowed it. We have heard lies. We've read so much lies, but we're not the type of people to go back and forth on social media. We see and we laugh at people who think they know anything about either of us, our family, our aunties, and tell so many lies. We're not like even tonight, there's stuff being written about me being offensive, wanting to bring my father names and so penal and so penal and so penal and so penal, just lying. And it's sickening. It's so sickening. It's embarrassing, like my brother said. It's so shameful to the legacy of our father that we were forced to say, Stanton, we'll come on. Even though we want to come on at a later time, but we're sick and tired of our father's legacy being dragged in the mud by one or two people, mainly just one person who's not even the oldest child of this man. Not even. Like my brother said, Selective got children who are highly well respected in the world. I'm doing my PhD in Paris. Like my brother said, he is working for the federal government in a high level. We're not bragging. We don't want to we don't have our hands out for money. We're not begging for pension and benefits and saying who did us wrong, who didn't do wrong. That's not who we are. We are unifiers, not dividers. I think the Liberian people need to know who the true legacy, who Senator's family really is. There's a false narrative out there, and it's shameful. I'm reading Senator tonight. The Doe family is entitled. They're entitled. What? That's not true. We're not expecting anything. We want to help heal our nation. We know what happened, the history. We commend President Buckeye for the great initiative of this government. He's a peaceful man, and we're so thankful for him and his team. You know, Minister Chala, the chairperson for the Reburial Committee, they have worked tirelessly to make this a historic moment, not just for the Doe family, but for the world. And all we hear is hatefulness, accusations against family members, false accusations that you can be held liable in the court of law, accusing people of killing your mom, accusing people, just lies and lies and lies. And I sit in my mouth. You're making our father's legacy look so bad.
Okay, Chloe,
and we're tired.
let Remy ask. I mean, I'm getting your point. I know where you're going. I know what is coming out of you. We can't discuss all on the show today. I know exactly where you're going from, the things you're saying, talking about true legacy, what the true legacy is, lies about family that you can go to court for. I know where you're going. But Remy, great, you can ask your question and then Tama ask, because we can go into that now.
You know, Cooley and Selu, my sympathy for your loss on both ends, both your parent, whether a stepmother, whether a real mother, a parent is a parent, and accept my sympathy. And many folks look forward to this day. Your father was not the only body that was exhumed for decent burial. And kudos to the individual who thought about this, because it's always good to give someone a fitting burial, because then there's closure. And this day was meant to be a very somber day among all of you, people like you especially. I don't know of any tradition, African or otherwise, where somebody would not be led to visit their ancestor land for burial. I have no clue. I've read African Helicon to Chinua Achebe's Thing Fall Apart. You look at culture around the continent of Africa. It is always good to take somebody back to the ancestral spirit, and so that's a befitting burial. That was the only reason, probably, why President Boakai thought that these people deserve decent burial. But then you guys talk about a foundation that probably is chaired by all of the children, more especially you guys. But it doesn't seem like this was discussed at that foundation level to be able to decide exactly how this process will play out. I'm sensing division, and that's the least thing you should expect when you have a foundation, because then it should be discussed internally before coming externally. Do you know why the foundation was not able to come to a conclusion?
Well, the thing is, the foundation was never consulted. The individuals over here in the United States, the siblings here were never consulted in any fashion regarding this reburial. I learned about this, maybe the whole process, maybe 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and this has been in the works for months. So I believe Veronica and her siblings were the ones that have been communicating with the committee, planning this whole thing out, which is one of the reasons why the foundation, which is young in its state, has sort of expedited this process. We want to, and we've been, I don't want to use the word lackadaisical, but we've been taking our time in connecting with the right lawyers, doing different things like that. But after this week, we've really been putting the pedal to the metal, so to speak. But to answer your question, the foundation had absolutely nothing to do. We weren't consulted, which is one of the reasons why I've met with the president and I met with different leaders, is to establish that relationship, that if there's anything else going forward, you have individuals here, you have this foundation here that you can reach, that you can communicate with, and not necessarily, the individuals that you see on Facebook making lives and, going on in that matter. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Tama, let's hear you. And we can write back. But guys, don't forget, we will be bringing Cito after all base. We got a special program, special discussion with Spoon Talk that will be bringing her and the other Spoon to talk about, perfect peace and reconciliation with not only her family, but the family of Tober and the family of Prince Yedo Johnson as well. And once we set the time, we'll let you know. Tama, take us home. Let's hear you, and we'll give final word to.
Thank you, Stanton. If you can kindly mute yourself, you just pointed a little bit into my question, but I'm just going to comment a little bit. And first of all, as a son of Liberia, I express my heartfelt condolences for the passing of your mother, former President Nancy Doe, and of course, former President Simon Kanyando, who you are trying now to rebury. But what I've observed, and I don't know you personally, I don't know the Doe children, what I observe, it seems to me from an outsider's perspective that there's a division in your family. There's a division in your family. There's a division among the children of the former President Simon Kanyando. I grew up in a polygamous family. In fact, my father became a chief, and a paramount chief, tribal chief, and a vice Kizi governor in Monrovia, West Point, during the presidency of former President Simon Kanyando. And that's how my family was connected to the Doe regime. So when the war came, we had to run, and we're impacted one way or another because of that connection. But we as children growing up, even though we were in a polygamous family, we always held together as brothers and sisters wherever we went. whether we're outside, whether we're inside, whether we're fighting, on the shores of West Point against the crew children, the Gribble boys and girls. We had together as brothers and sisters, and that was our united front. But what I'm seeing here is I see a family that is disjointed, that is divided, despite the fact that you guys may have come from different mothers. And here's a pointer question, a very pointer question, Washington alluded to. What is your plan as a family, as brothers and sisters, to bring reconciliation among yourselves? And how do you reconcile the rest of Liberia, given your own father's history?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for that question. I, for one, I can speak for myself, right? I, for one, have been somebody that have always, through the years, reached out and tried to maintain relations, because there's a lot of us, but it gets difficult because when you live in different parts of the world and you have your own family and things get, difficult to keep in touch. But I, for one, have been someone that's always willing, to reconcile or speak to whoever, brothers and sisters, and have forgiven a lot when I felt hurt. But I personally feel very passionate, even just this week, with sitting in front of President Boykai with my sister, Mami Doe, to talk about our differences, over a 4-hour span, discussing issues, personal issues, issues relating to the reburial of my father and, differences we may have and all that stuff. I've always been someone who is a family person and wishes to reconcile the family, because just like you, our family, we have, I don't know how many different mothers. Like I said, 32 children, if not more. The time needs to come, because I've been very involved in peace and reconciliation of the Liberian people. And it's hard when you can't even do so with your family because of the, divisiveness that, one or two people are spewing that segregates everybody and keeps them in their corner and not even want to be bothered. And it's hard, but I think with respecting elders, it's really, really important for us to respect our elders, for them to come in and the leadership to really bring all of us around and say, what is the pain here? What is the problem here? How can we move forward? Because that's what I want. That's what I want. But I feel like that's not what everybody wants. And it's very sad. It's very unfortunate, because together we can be so strong and so powerful. But, I can't force somebody to come to the table who doesn't want to come to the table. I can't force someone to forgive who doesn't want to forgive. And all that does is hurt us. It hurts us. It hurts the family. It hurts the elders. It's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. And then it all unfolds on social media, and people who have absolutely no clue who we are as people choose sides, and curses us, make claims against us, lies and stuff. And it just turns so embarrassing and disgusting. And it just tarnishes the Doe name. It tarnishes the legacy. But I, for one, I am all for reconciliation. I'm all for coming to the table. I'm all for that. But we need to really stop,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Silo. It's always good having you. My last question before we leave. Zopena, who is he? Is he a bad person to this family, or is he a good man?
Zopena is a blessing to my family. Zope is biologically, we'll say, we're first cousins. Traditionally, he's our big brother. He's way older than me. He's my big brother. And, I'm sure from what my sister Mommy was on your show making all these allegations that's unfounded and it just tears apart our family. I'm telling you right now, the house I'm in is Zopeni's house in Tuzon. When my sister Mami Doe refused She simply refused funds that were given by the government to bring in her brothers and sisters, budgeted for tickets for family to come in, when she single-handedly hijacked the entire process. And how the reburial committee had planned this thing, that for it to be a memorial park, that not just Samuel Doe will be honored, but the fallen soldiers who died along with him, that deserve peace and closure from their family, can have a memorial wall where they too can come and cry and point to their father's name and lay roses or flowers and go to on Decoration Day. Beautiful, beautiful land that was designated by the government in Swedru. You know, all of that got derailed once, you know, Mami Doe came into the country and asked President Boakai for a joint burial in the compound, a private property that the public, tourists, people from all around the world to come and pay the respect won't have access to. And because simply I wanted to proceed, and all my other siblings and all the family wanted that, we're bad people, because we wanted to help other families other than the Doe family have that peace, have that closure. So many people died because of their love, because of their dedication to Samuel Doe, just simply by being CRA, just simply by being in the AFL, they get labeled Doe soldiers. They were army, they were serving their country, and we're trying to do something as a family to help bring peace and closure. But because we're standing on that side, then we're against Mami Doe, we're against Nancy Doe, we're against Jion Doe. That's not the case. And we made this case to the government, and they were totally in favor of it. This was their plan, the reburial committee for Doe and Tolbert. This was the original plan, but all of that got derailed. I was not allowed, if I didn't buy my own ticket to come to Liberia, you know, my sister was like, no. She told my brother Teddy, that was just on here, funds given to her, $130,000 that went into her personal bank accounts, that he could not come because he can afford it. She said, no.
How much did the government give?
What? He first received $80,000 and second received $50,000.
We are losing you. I beg you, please.
Can
you speak clearly to this? How much did the government give? If you heard your sister,
I'm sorry.
She said 130,000. 130,000.
Okay, 130,000 were given by this government for everything. Okay.
Yeah.
And the money were given to who?
Mami Doe. A check to Mami Doe that she personally is treating as her.
Did you confirm it? Did you confirm it that the government gave 130,000?
Because I've been sitting in meetings all week with the government. I've been sitting on the reburial committee. I've been sitting with the president twice. All of this is confirmed by the government.
Wow.
To me and my family.
Thank you very much. Kukuli, I know you're a bodybuilder, man. You get the Kimba weightlifting program, and you know it's all up there. Around the Washington D.C., Maryland area, folks can check you out. You can talk more about what you have, but it's a good thing. A Redskins fan. That's why you guys have never won any Super Bowl.
Please take it easy on me. Today has been a rough day. Please take it easy.
I know, but I have to make you laugh, though. So it's good having you guys on the show. We hope we can have the foundation back to talk more about what you guys dream of. It's good seeing you. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stanton, do they still have Redskin?
I don't know. They changed it to the Commodore.
Yeah. But we look good. We did well last year. We did really well last year.
That's all you get. The loose style. Did well. That's a good part. All right. We want to appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to have the family back again. Yegazi, can you come on, please? We're going to have the family back to speak more about the foundation and the way forward, what they dream about, what they want to talk about. That peace and reconciliation we'll discuss it. And again, we want to appreciate all of you joining us on this wonderful day. $130,000 President Barker government gave for this program. That's something unique. $130,000. $130,000. Wow. Yekezi, can you come on the show? We also like to say, join us tomorrow as we discuss part 2 of these different indictments. Mom made $130,000. But again, we'll bring them back and we hope we can have some peace in this family. But we didn't discuss this, and I hope we can go to it tomorrow. The Samuel 12, Mawani D's case. Mommy, you ready to discuss this? We'll do it tomorrow. And, you know, it's a lot of allegation on Mawani D's. We'll talk a little bit about Clair Weah, but we're going to dig deeper in it. Finabono again, and Malam Joa Taylor. It's a lot going on here, but to you out there, want to appreciate your time. Guys, let's close the show. If you have anything to add now, or we'll just close. Let's go.
Just close. For me, I will just close. We really hope that the Doe family can find reason to resolve their issues internally. Sometimes when it's difficult to resolve those issues internally, it's just good for one group to remain quiet and express themselves through actions. I mean, if you establish a foundation to be able to address social issues, if I were you, I just remain quiet, do my foundation. 6 months from now, 9 months from now, people start seeing impact around. So, oh, this is a different kind of a Doe family. And that would be better than saying, okay, I'm a different kind. This group is different. It will further lead to confusion. And all the things you want around your father's legacy could even get escalated, because now the confusion is one family versus children versus nephew, which is who, and traditional people or elders. If it becomes children versus children now, then it get worse. So we wish them well, you know, live in peace with each other, and do your things and show your actions. Let them speak for you on how different you are and what legacy you want people to remember about your late father. Show action rather than fighting with words among yourself. That would be my advice to them. Senator, you are muted.
Muted.
Yeah, I know we closed the show to my brother Tamba, to my brother Conor Gray. I think it was a good show, and I like us to end on a good note. I like to bring in something that's surprising to me. I've never seen a young lady dance so beautifully, and I really want to share this. I was spying on the Chief Justice. You know, she was celebrating her 70th birthday. Man, she doesn't look 70. I don't know what's happening, and I want to leave you with this. I want to leave you with this. Facebook, we have no copyright, but watch her. I believe this is her though. I don't know. I really don't know. Is that her though? That's her. But let me say this though. I think Snow missed something. He missed something. I want to leave this for you. I think the Snow missed something. Man, that was so good. I want to play again, and I just want to leave it with you. Somebody should call Snow to go back and beg. Because what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing 70-year-old. I'm seeing maybe 35-year-old. If that's the Chief Justice, I need to hold back right now, because I think Snow heart is burning where it is right now. Where Snow is, his heart is doing poo poo, poo poo, poo poo. So now watch. Is this her? You can see, Editor-in-Chief, you got to tell us Snow is having a bad dream right now. He regretting his decision, but let's watch. Yo, guys, is she bluffing Snow? Is she really dancing? Bluffing Snow? What are your own observation? What are you seeing? She went like this, she went like this, then she went down, then she turned around. Look at the dress.
I think she basically saying I'm old but not cold, you know. I mean, you can call me 70, but see what I'm doing.
She doesn't look 50.
I
She
mean,
doesn't look 50.
I thought it was her daughter. Maybe her daughter dancing.
That's what I'm thinking. Is that her daughter or is that her?
Give our Chief Justice time, man. Let him retire in peace. But Stanton, I have my closing here.
No, forget that closing back. That thing hurts in my eye. Forget that closing. I want to say seriously speaking.
I think our daughter. Watch it over. Let's see. Maybe your daughter.
I mean, you don't see the woman dancing.
My man, you have interest though.
But Center, I'm interested in the gentleman dancing with her.
Snow watching that guy. Snow watching that guy.
Yeah, that will not be your daughter and dancing. If that person is related to her.
Listen, guys.
So that's the Chief Justice there dancing.
Are you saying Snow made some first lady because he want to become president?
No, Snow, something is happening. I was told the individual that said in the video says Snow had a security eye on that guy. Some of his security that ran, he sent a purposely to keep that guy off track. But again, I want to say this: who is the guy? But where is Snow in this video?
Snow watching the show.
Where is Snow? I want us to do this. Let's play last time. Let's play just to tease Snow, right? Let's just play directly for Snow. Let's see. Hey, where is he right now? What he's thinking right now? Let's just play it to tease him because look at the lady dancing. I mean, I don't understand, but she went at this, she came down, she went at them.
The last part. What she was doing.
Let's go to the last part. Let's go to the last.
That last part.
Man, what's Snow hard working? This is a bluff right there. That's a bluff. No, that's a bluff. You saw what she did, right? She knew Snow would watch this video. She knew we'll play on Spoon. This is a contempt of court. Right? Somebody got to be arrested. Somebody got to be sent to central prison. Somebody got to give reason why we cannot prosecute this case. And that person is Snow.
He's slow, man. He's slow. Can I have 10 seconds, man?
Yes, sir.
I sent you something in your WhatsApp. 2 photos.
Come back tomorrow. Let's show you tomorrow.
So let's close, right?
Yeah.
We're closing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Gunnar. Great.
Okay. It's been a great show.
You've been a powerful. Thank you, Brother Tamba. We're sure going to show your video tomorrow or your picture. I'm sorry. I want to say thank you, Mambe, as always, to all of you out there waking her up and telling him happy birthday to his beautiful ex. She's a wonderful woman, a good lawyer, a wonderful Chief Justice. I admire her. I follow her. I wish her Godspeed in anything else she want to do. May God be with her. May God bless the Chief Justice. May God carry this Chief Justice. May God be with her children. She served her country well, and she deserves the best. On this note, we want to say thanks to all of you, and have a good night. See you again tomorrow. We'll be happy to have you. Good night, Yekezi. Thanks a lot.
So, folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here this morning. From Liberia, you can join the CEO and his team of panelists on tomorrow for another edition of the Today Show. That's the Spoon Talk. Sorry. My name is Yekezi Zobet. I've been sitting as your producer. Bye-bye.